Theophilus. 1900 years ago, you paid a Greek doctor named Luke to write a two-part history of Christianity. The first part told of the life and death of a poor first-century Palestinian Jew called Rabbi Yeshua. The second part was the Acts of the Apostles, the story of the founding of the Christian church, recording the life of a Jewish convert to Christianity named Saul of Tarsus, the apostle we know as Paul. Acts of the Apostles ends with Paul's final trip to Jerusalem to reconcile with Jesus' brother James at the temple, only to be rejected, then spark a riot, and be thrown into prison. What Luke failed to mention was that Paul arrived in Jerusalem with 20 Gentiles, delivering a large collection of gold, a polite bribe.
I mean, yeah, there's problems, because he had what he thought was the agreement. It blew up. He had a part with Barnabas. He had to cuss out Peter.
They might see it as a bribe to accept the full panoply of the Pauline gospel.
What they want is for Gentiles to pay for the privilege of being part of the Jesus movement.
Paul himself had to claim that his revelation of Jesus could trump their earlier association with the living Jesus.
Part of the deal of what God is doing is that God is starting one single family.
But many Jews would say, yeah, this is a renegade. Don't have anything to do with him. Don't take a gift from him.
What's this guy trying to do? Is this a bribe?
If he thought it was a sweetener that they would happily take, why does he express any apprehension that they mightn't?
Why did he bring it? He could have told his co-workers to do it.
For 58 AD, the Apostle Paul was an old man, having lived to be well over 60. After 3 decades of missionary tours, he was worn down, but desired to continue. Sitting in Corinth, pondering his next journey, he writes a letter to the believers in Rome. Chapter and verse tell of God's plan to redeem the Gentiles and the Jews in a new kingdom, and he speaks of his pleasure in soon meeting the Roman Christians, here or beyond. Then, with great foreboding, he pleads with the Church of Rome to pray for 2 things: that I may be delivered from the unbelievers in Judea, and that my collection for Jerusalem may be acceptable to the saints.
Those are the 2 things he's worried about. The Jews were out to get him because he was a Pharisee who betrayed the whole thing, and the Christians who may not accept that collection.
The historian Josephus records that the Jewish people were mounting the first in the series of revolts, and as a result, the temple had stopped all gifts or sacrifices from foreigners. Paul's offering would have been no different.
People would have been whispering about Paul, there would have been discussions, there would have been murmurings of this in advance.
But why would Paul, after nearly 30 years of ministry to the Gentiles, still fear the acceptance of his collection, a gift he was offering to Jesus' original church?
James and Peter and the other apostles were still highly suspicious of him and of his motives.
The mystery then is, why did Paul turn back? Why not find another way without risking his life or the lives of those that traveled with him, as well as inviting more rejection from his Jewish brethren? To answer this question, we must dig beneath Luke's long-accepted story and explore Paul's very own letters that give us new insight on the events that lead up to this final showdown.
There's a blinding light with a human form in the middle of it.
Like standing in front of a landing light of an aircraft coming in, something like that.
He's confronted by the heavenly Jesus.
For Paul, this transformation around 33 AD would serve as the most dramatic turning point of his life, a profound revelation that would change him forever.
He has an experience that seems to have made him say, in effect, oh my God, what I have been opposing is in fact true after all.
Not only is he not blameless, but he's opposing the will of God volte-face, directly.
This is the complete overturning of all the agendas that Saul of Tarsus has been on about.
Paul must have thought back to his life as a boy in the Roman city of Tarsus, how he had left his home to travel to Jerusalem to become a Pharisee, and how he had persecuted the early Christ followers. Was it possible that this same Jesus was reaching out to him? How could that be? And why was it happening? To understand what this vision meant, Paul didn't go to Jerusalem to see Peter or James, but instead traveled through the desert towards Nabatea in Arabia.
He has been going back through the Hebrew scriptures in his mind and in his heart. Genesis, Deuteronomy, Psalms, Isaiah, Jeremiah. What's it all about? How can I understand this with Jesus at the heart of it?
He would have realized pretty quickly that this means some pretty radical reformation of some of the things he thought about God, he thought about Jesus, he thought about the law.
Paul is working in a wrinkle in time. He has a very small gap between the resurrection of Jesus and Jesus' second coming.
Paul believed that because Jesus had risen from the dead, the kingdom had begun, and with it, all human distinctions had passed away. There is no longer Jew or Greek. There is no longer slave or free. There is no longer male and female, for all of you are one in Christ Jesus. While traveling through the windstorms and open plains, Paul spent his time seeking out the scriptures, like Isaiah and Jeremiah, to find greater understanding. He would eventually find in Abraham a role model for his own experience.
That Abraham loomed large for Paul before his Christ experience would not be in any way unusual or rare, or it would be, it's like Thomas Jefferson or Abraham Lincoln for most Americans.
Abraham, too, was a man given a promise by God to lead a chosen people before the time of Moses and the law, which made him acceptable as an outsider. I will make you into a great nation, and I will bless you, for all peoples on earth will be blessed through you.
Gentiles, when God's kingdom was proclaimed, would stop worshiping their native deities and realize that they had this opportunity to worship the Jewish God, who was properly the God of the whole universe.
As Paul arrived in Nabatea, armed with a new sense of his calling, he was ready for action.
He's not going to hang around. When he comes back, having done business with God, having said his prayers, of course he goes to the synagogue and says he's the Messiah.
From being the opponent of pagans coming in without, say, circumcision if they're male, to saying that's what he's called to tell them.
But he's going to take the message of the gospel to the Gentiles.
For the self-proclaimed apostle to the Gentiles, God was revealing something which meant a whole new way of seeing the world.
It's showtime right now. The Act 1 is about to begin, and that means we're not rehearsing anymore. We don't have to be cautious. Everything comes down to this moment right now.
Paul preached in the synagogues at Petra and tried to persuade Jews and Gentiles alike that the end was coming, and all should repent before the great judgment. However, Paul quickly learned that not all of his audience would embrace his new vision.
So Paul's already in hot water. He's already the poster boy that whose picture should be up on the wall in the local post office and have you seen this man?
After 3 years of failure, Paul was left without possibilities, support, friends, or even a home. It was only then that he turned his attention to Jerusalem. No longer a Pharisee, and with a history as persecutor, Paul needed support spiritually and financially. It was time to tell of his vision to those who knew Jesus best, hoping he could win their support. With an Arabian sun setting on his back, Paul headed back to the hallows of the temple in Jerusalem to find Jesus' closest apostles. Paul knew all eyes would be watching him upon his return. He would need to make friends with those he had been terrorizing only 3 years earlier. There was great suspicion and fear.
If somebody is violently persecuting a movement and then suddenly claims to be part of it, anyone who's in a persecuted group would likely be suspect.
It would take another former Pharisee, Barnabas, an old friend of Paul, to make the introductions in Jerusalem and assure them that he was a changed man and one who could be trusted. Paul tells us that he had a brief passing with James. No words were exchanged, leaving a certain distance between them. Paul engaged in a private conversation with Peter, the current leader of the church, which he said lasted 15 days. In a private meeting with those who seemed to be leaders, I explained the gospel that I had been preaching to the Gentiles. There must have been some resistance to Paul and his vision in the desert. After all, it was Peter, James, and John who knew Jesus of Galilee, those who had heard him preach about God's kingdom and their future in it as one of the 12 pillars.
Well, now, why should we believe this? This didn't happen in our midst. Didn't happen on our watch. We weren't there. None of us saw this happen.
Paul had not been one of those disciples up in Galilee. He was Johnny-come-lately to this movement, and he could never compete with Peter in that. So it's understandable that he'd then focus on what he thought was important and where he came in as specially commissioned by Christ himself.
Paul reports a successful first meeting, though his description seems to mock his fellow apostles. Recognizing the grace that God had given me, James and Peter and John, who are supposed to be the pillars of the church, accepted Barnabas and myself as partners and shook hands upon it.
I sought the right hand of fellowship from the pillar apostles. Not that I needed it, he says. Not that I needed it, not so much.
It seems, as far as they were concerned, Paul still needed to earn his trust and prove his vision.
Well, we're really glad you're converted, but you're too hot to handle here. So we're sending you home. You go home, you practice this gospel out there in Cilicia and Tarsus.
Okay, let's part ways here. You do your thing with the Gentiles, we'll do our thing with the Jews, and maybe let's not talk too much.
In the 40s AD, Paul was sent to work under Barnabas as his protege in Antioch, which already had a thriving community. The immediate need was an effort to raise money for famine relief in Jerusalem. From Antioch, Paul also traveled with Barnabas to synagogues in Asia Minor, telling of Jesus the Messiah and raising money for Jerusalem. Paul would find a potential audience in pagans that attended the synagogue, a group that Acts calls God-fearers or God-worshippers.
Barnabas goes to the synagogue and tries to convert Jews. And as long as Paul is operating with Barnabas, he's kind of pulled that way. Now, he may be more interested in the pagans or the God worshippers.
These people weren't potential converts to Judaism. They were normal, ancient, majority culture people who enjoyed knowing about different powerful gods. Jews worshipped a powerful God. Gentiles would show up.
While their gospel continued to spread, Paul took more of an interest in these Gentiles, causing friction with Barnabas and their agreed-upon mission. Now it was Paul's vision to the Gentiles that was paramount. It seems Paul's gospel of freedom, the message he had received directly from Jesus, would push beyond the boundaries of his mentor Barnabas, offering a message of salvation that no longer required adherence to Jewish law.
They don't want that to infringe on what the Jews, which seems to me to be to them kind of like the real mission. They don't want that to be threatened.
Paul and Barnabas begin to have some tension there. And at some point, there's a big fight, and Paul decides he's going to go his own way.
When faced with persecution in the town of Lystra, it was Paul alone, not Barnabas, who was beaten, driven to the edge of town, and almost killed. Barnabas had enough and would return to Antioch with reports that would, in the end, reach Jerusalem. Paul had finally gone beyond the boundaries of the synagogue with a mission directly to the Gentiles.
He's beginning to see a different mission. I think he begins to see you go for the capitals. That's what you do. You don't do this Barnabas city hopping along a Roman road. You go for the capitals. And then in the capital, you go to the synagogue and you focus on the God worshippers.
He would have been completely talking over the heads of his Gentile audience unless they had been somewhat familiar with Jewish scriptures.
He would be joined by others from Antioch who shared his vision, and new converts in
Mic check, 1 2 1 2. Can I be heard? Can I be heard? Give me a Yahoo up in the chat if I can be heard. Family, bless up. Bless up. That's the link right there in the chat. Name of that documentary is called A Polite Bribe. A Polite Bribe. Check it out. Don't do your own research. Look into it. See what's really going on. Y'all see the title today, Nazarene Edition, Part 102. James the Just versus Saul of Tarsus. The war continues. The war continues. And I find this quite interesting. A lot of people really don't want to deal with this head on. It's a lot of tap dancing. It's a lot of, misdirection instead of dealing with it head up for what it really is. You know what I mean? So I find it quite amazing that the more we dig, the more we find, look, this consensus is amongst the scholars. I mean, later for it just being amongst Israel or, your average Christian or your average so-called quote-unquote Jew. You understand? The information we've been presenting, the scholars talk about this. Like, these things are already well known. And if you just slow down and reread your Bible, especially the Acts and all that, you'll see. Study Paul's letters. You'll see exactly what's going on. Like what everybody assumed to be, because you may see, if you go to Rome and right before you go into the Vatican, you may see a statue who they call Peter and Paul. And it leaves an assumption that they was all good. You know what I mean? Or you may go over in Russia and see certain paintings, black icons, Peter and Paul, you know what I mean? Which was painted in the 1500s. I mean, it ain't like that goes back 2,000 years, but nonetheless, it burns the image in your mind like they was all good. Or when you read Galatians 2 and 11, you see Paul actually had a problem with Peter, James, and John, and Barnabas, but specifically Peter in that one. And he claims he rebuked and checked Peter, and then the whole thing goes away. Then by the time you get to 2 Peter, you see Peter, vouching for Paul, supposedly. So you, in your mind, you like, oh, they must have been all good. But it leaves you with the understanding that Paul had the authority. Even though Messiah said that the church or the congregation will be established upon this rock. You dig? And what Peter had to do with it. Or when you get into the deeper understandings, you see actually the movement was passed to his brother James. You dig? So how is it that Paul has the authority in 2022? You know what I mean? And when you holler at people about Yahshua, you be like, yeah, he had brothers. He had sisters. You know how many Israelites don't even know that? They don't even know that. They don't know nothing about James the Just or Simeon Bar. Like you don't know nothing about the like leading up to the fall of Jerusalem, like Yahshua's blood family that was being assassinated and picked off one by the Herodians and all those that was down with them and connected back to the Romans. You don't even see that. You don't even realize that, all right, dang, it's a misdirection that's going on here. Something happened. Something happened that we not even tripping off of. We so much caught up in a religious stupor and a religious high, you're not even realizing something done happened here. Dealing with your literature, dealing with your information, something done happened. You know what I mean? So before we actually this is part of it. I'm about to jump right here into the this article I got. I'm gonna share that with y'all too. And shout out to everybody in the chat. I see y'all in the building. Dreadful Cosmon, Yahweh, YHWH'S, the DC Sniper, the Swift Messenger. Where my sister is. I ain't seen my sister in a minute. What's going on, Swift Messenger? Shebrew Faith is 144 in the building. Fritz Foxwell, salute King. Imai Robbie Dobson, Kanaya El Batya. Shalom, Imai, abundant blessings and honor to you. Cornell Davis, my West Coast brethren. I see y'all in the building. Kwa Ashat Kayil. Shout out to the house of YAH'KI, my beloved brother. Bless up, bless up. What's going on, Britt? How you and the fam doing? Abundant blessings to your family. Lay hands on them babies for me. You already know. Bless up. Print Blake in the building. My dirty South brethren. Bless up. Eat my set apart living in the building. Bless up. YAH'S Israel. VA in the building. Bless up. VA, but you in the STL right now, boy. Boy, it's polar bear outside right now, ain't it? Cosmon Cow in the building. Y'all go over to my brother channel. Like, subscribe, share. I'll let my brethren, man. Brother be putting out some very, very deep cosmological breakdowns. Had you like, you know what? Let me go take a space trip real quick. You dig? Let me see. Prince Yahudah Levi, South Kakalaka in the building. Bless up, bless up. Selah Shalom TV in the building. Y'all go over there, like, subscribe, share. Peace to the God. Selah Shalom. Good brother right there, man. Good brother. He got plenty of information. Plenty of information. Go to the playlist section. You understand? If you go get you a WASP, go to the playlist section and just hit play and study. You dig? All the information is there. It's all there. Yahweh, Flow Ride in the building. Bless up. Brother Caleb from the Shy in the building. Bless up. Josh Collin, what up, Op? What up, Op? Blessings to you. Blessings, blessings, blessings. So I see y'all in the building. I see y'all in the building. Bless up. Deanna Tellison, what's going on? Sheep Brew, blessings. Samaria Roel, Flow Rider, Bronze Yog in the building. You dig? Good to see y'all, bro. Good to see y'all. Look, let me share this with y'all real quick. And look, and whoever want to get here, let me drop the link in the chat too. If anybody want to get on. No, ain't nothing over this way. We can chop it up and have a conversation. I'm always with the convos. Believe that. Let's chop, because I brought all the clips out today. So I could dump to this evening. Just letting y'all know. You know what I mean? We can go. Y'all really want to get in? We can go. All right, let me share this screen real quick. Let's go ahead and talk and work. All right, this is where I want to go to first. All right. Bing, bing, bing. Let me know if y'all can see that right there. All right, I'm going to put this link in the chat for y'all too. Bang, bang, bang. Now, this is an article right here. Article. Like I say, man, I find it pretty amazing that these cats already done did this type of research. It's just like, dang. Here we go running around talking about we got the whole truth and nothing but it. Here, let me put this on here too. I'm put this link, the link to this article is right here, y'all. Save it. Now, I've been had this. I just ain't never brought it out. Yeah, but I've been had this deal. Believe that or not, you dig? All right, now you know what? Let me move this to a full screen so y'all can see. All right. That way ain't no type of nothing in the way. All right, so this right here, the Clementine Homilies or the Nazarene Acts of the Apostles. Same thing. You get both books, you realize the same information in there. It's just one got a few missing passages and the other You know how it is with men and their books. I think we all realize that. All right. But I want to read a few of this to you, a little bit of this to you. It's amazing, right? All right. So it says the Clementine homilies or the Nazarene Acts and their importance for what we call Christians. All right. Answer for yourself. Are you aware? Are you aware that the actual authorship of many of the books of the New Testament is in doubt, just as it is in many of the apocryphal books? For example, take a look at the four Gospels. Matthew, not written by the Apostle Matthew, but rather by a Gentile or Greek-speaking diaspora Jewish Christian. Let that sink in. Matthew was not written by the Apostle Matthew. Matthew in canon. How do we know it was composed in Greek? All right, and even if they could speak Greek at the time, they weren't educated like the Messiah, the Apostle. None of them were educated in Paideia, which is the formal education curriculum of that day. You got to be educated in Paideia, you know what I mean, to speak Greek and to write Greek, should I say. And even getting down to composing literature in Greek, you got to be educated in that. You see what I'm saying? You had to be educated in that. That's like somebody that's illiterate. You dig? Never took English comp. Don't know how to write for real. You understand? And now he's composing literature. Like, now I had to be some type of formal education there. That's all I'm saying. So Matthew was not written by the Apostle Matthew, but rather by a Gentile or Greek-speaking diaspora Jewish Christian. Mark had neither heard the Lord nor been in company. You're talking about Mark, the Gospel of Mark, or the Gospel according to Mark. Mark never met Messiah, nor had been in his company. Look at this. Luke, Irenaeus, that's a church father. Write that down. I got all these books they quote. Irenaeus, in his Against Heresy, says that Luke was a companion of Paul. Yeah. And who never met him either. That's crazy. All right, so Luke get his understanding from Paul, who never met Messiah either. Okay. Mark never met him either. And Matthew wasn't written by Matthew, but by a Gentile. See, when the dust settles, all your Hebrew literature is being published from overseas in a foreign language. Who had the authority to do that? You think it's a coincidence that when you deal with the first century Palestine, there's only Josephus and Philo, and who both were a part of the Flavian court in Rome, who both were part of the emperor's court in Rome? That's the only literature you got from the first century until the Dead Sea Scrolls was dug up, and that's choppy too. That's not, that's not all the way through. If you get into the Dead Sea Scrolls, you see a lot of it's choppy, it's fragmented. But do you think that that's a coinky dink? That all you got, historically speaking, from the first century is Flavius Josephus. He's part of the Flavian family, part of the Flavian court. All right. And Philo, who was quote unquote Jewish nobility, but was living in Alexandria, Egypt. It did come to find out he got Herodian connections too. And he was a member of the emperor's court in Rome. You think that's a coincidence that those are the only historical pieces that you have? Who's controlling the literature? You never ask yourself that. You never ask yourself that. Who's controlling the literature? Good night. That deal is kind of small there, boy. All right, let's get on back to it, though. Look at this. Irenaeus, in his Against Heresy, says that Luke was a companion of Paul and that he wrote the gospel preached by Paul. The Moratorian canon AD 170 through 180. Now, you know when it came out. Look at this. It tells us that Luke was not an eyewitness to the public ministry of Yahshua. He wasn't. He wasn't. John, not the apostle John. The tradition of John, son of Zebedee, was reshaped, good night, and reinterpreted by a later theologian. He, not John, was responsible for what we know of the fourth gospel, or the Gospel of John. Now look at this, y'all. The above information is taken from the New Catholic Study Bible, St. Jerome edition. So you mean to tell me the Catholics know all this? And why wouldn't they? They the ones that's controlling the literature as it comes out. Why wouldn't they be familiar with this? The above information is taken from the New Catholic Study Bible. This ain't taken from something that's quote unquote anti-Catholic. This ain't taken from something that's anti-Mother Mary, full of grace and all. No, this is taken right out the New Catholic Study Bible. The St. Jerome edition. Similar information is found in numerous other study Bibles and the writings of multitudes of other biblical scholars. Y'all see this? What we just read about Matthew not being written by Matthew, and Mark never was with Yahshua, and Luke never met him either, but was taught by Paul. You dig? And the Gospel of John ain't the Apostle John. It's a later tradition of the John, son of Zebedee, reshaped and reinterpreted by a later theologian. Y'all, they playing with the scriptures. They playing with it, and it's been getting played with. Look at it for what it is. Wait, right here, and then we're gonna get into a little bit of evidence. As you can see, the Gospels were evidently written by men who did not. The Gospels were evidently written by men who did not have firsthand information about Yahshua. Now, listen to me, y'all. Jerome lived back in the 400s. We talking 1,600 years ago, Jack. That this is well known that the New Testament that they were compiling wasn't even written by the apostles. What are we talking about then? Why do we have an argument? Only because we've grown to believe and receive something that we really didn't do our thorough research in. We just picked it up and became real thorough with it within the text, but we never got into how it was compiled and under what agenda and what scribes were used and what scholars were used. When you get to asking them type of questions, look, like the answers that come are frighteningly accurate. You'd be like, whoa, whoa. As you can see, the Gospels were evidently written by men who did not have firsthand information about Yeshua. They were relating information that had been passed on to them by others. This accounts for some, but not all, of the contradictions and errors contained in the New Testament, contained in our Bibles. In at least one case, Luke, this information was passed on by Paul, who had never met the historical Yeshua. The rest of the New Testament consists primarily of the writings of Paul, or more correctly, writings which were contributed as if written by Paul by the Gentile Catholic Church of the first 4 centuries. Bag drop. Bag drop. What are we talking about here? We'll come back to it. We'll come back to it. All right, we'll come back to it. I guess it's all good over here. Let me adjust this real quick. It's colder than a polar bear's toenail around this deal. Boy, you dig? Well, look, we here to work. We here to work. You dig? So look, let's get into some of the what we call the scriptures. All right, let's see how this works. Let's see how this works. First and foremost, what does it take to be an apostle? All right. Paul was an apostle. I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. The Bible does say Paul was an apostle. It does. The question is he an apostle according to the apostles or according to himself? All right, let's get into it. Let's get into it and slow down and thoroughly look at what you're looking at. Slow down. We've been speed reading through this deal, talking about we got all the precepts. And look, ain't nobody realizing we all got the same precepts and different understanding. How is that possible? How do we all have the same precepts but different understanding when it comes to what we call the Bible? You understand? The Bible does say Paul was an apostle, but was he an apostle according to the apostles that were chosen to carry on this message? That's the question. All right, now watch this. We're going right here to the book of Acts, Acts 1:15. In those days, Peter stood up in the midst of the disciples and said, The number of names together were about 120. So the movement grew a little bit. All right. Men and brethren, this scripture must needs have been fulfilled, which the Holy Ghost by mouth of David spake before concerning Judas, which was guide to them that took Yahshua. For he was numbered with us and had obtained part of this ministry. Now this man purchased a field with the reward of iniquity, and falling headlong, he burst asunder in the midst, and all his bowels gushed out. Now, how Judas dies is different in Matthew, I believe, the 27th chapter. He don't die the same way. That's something brothers don't want to talk about either. In that one, he hung himself and gave the money back. So how did he, purchase a field with the reward of iniquity? How did he purchase this field if he gave the money back? That's just another topic, though. It's contradictions, it's things that don't add up, you know what I mean? But in the Bible, Judas dies two different ways, unless you're telling me he died, came back, and died again. Look at this. And it was known unto all the dwellers at Jerusalem, and so much as that field is called in the proper tongue, a sel damah, that is to say, the field of blood. For it is written in the book of Psalms, let his habitation be desolate, and let no man dwell therein, and his bishopric, his office, let another take. His apostleship. Look at it. Wherefore these men which have company with us, listen to this. Wherefore, now these men which have company with us, all the time that Yahshua went in and out among us. This is the criteria, because Judas has to be replaced according to the biblical narrative. All right. So the criteria by the apostles is what? He had to been with us. He had to be a witness with us all the time that the Master Yahshua went in and out among us. Criteria 1. You had to been there. You had to been a witness. You had to been in company. You had to eat with him and hug on him and laugh with him and sit there and listen to him break down his parables and what the Creator had for it. Like, whoever is about to take Judas' office had to been in company with us the entire time that the Master went in and out among us. Wait. Ask yourself. Does Paul meet that? Was Paul there amongst them the whole time that the Master Yahshua went in and out among us? Look at this. Beginning, now he's giving a time frame. So this man, you couldn't have slid in the last second of his death claiming you was down. Beginning from who? The baptism or the immersion of John, until the same day that he was taken up from us. Must one be ordained to be a witness with us of his resurrection? See, so you had to been there, been a witness, and you had to been there from the immersion by his cousin YAH'KI, the immerser, to the time that Yahshua was taken up. If the shoe don't fit, don't worry. See, everybody can't fit that criteria. This is what it takes to be an apostle. So I ain't talking about men who call themselves apostle today, or even Paul who called himself an apostle. He called himself an apostle, though. That's what people ain't realize. He's self-ordained. He's self-appointed. It's just the truth, man. I mean, a lot of people don't want to deal with it because, and I understand, because what you grow to believe, you actually become that. All right? You actually become what it is that you believe. So I understand why it's hard to look at that. You understand? But look, the truth is the truth. I'm finna mighty cuddle with nobody. The truth is the truth. Okay, look at this. So beginning from the baptism of John until the same day that he was taken up from us, must one be ordained to be a witness with us of his resurrection. And they appointed two, Joseph called Barnabas, who was surnamed Justus, and Matthias. And they prayed and said, Thou Master, which knows the hearts of all men, show whether these two thou hast chosen. So they got spiritual with it. They got spiritual with the choosing of who was going to be, an apostle. Look at this. That he may take part of this ministry and what? Apostleship. from which Judas by transgression failed, that he might go to his own place. And they gave forth their lots, so they cast lots for it. You know, like little ancient dice, ancient rocks, and however the rocks, see, they pray, they put the spirit on it, they dig, then they throw the dice, or they throw the rocks. And however they land, you understand, that's the will of the Creator. The apostles was throwing dice, casting lots, and they gave forth their lots, and the lot fell upon who? Matthias. And he was numbered with the 11 apostles. So if you understand the criteria to being an apostle, which is you had to be in company with the apostles all the time that the Messiah went in and out among the apostles, from the immersion until the day he was taken up. If you don't meet that criteria, you're not an apostle, period. You can be a student of an apostle. You can say, I follow the, what they call it, the apostolic doctrine or whatever. You can say all that, but for any man today or after this right here to claim they are an apostle, they're completely mistaken. And lying, you might as well call it a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie. So if you understand the criteria, all right, to be an apostle, give me a 9 up in the chat. All right, it's just what it is, man. You know what I mean? Look at y'all, just like running with a gang today. We got to know you. We don't know you, you ain't from here. It's the same thing. Okay? So we got right here where based off the criteria, based off what the apostles, and they got spiritual with it. They got spiritual with it. You did? And then cast lots. And based off how the lots fell, Matthias was picked. So that means Matthias was with them the whole time the Messiah was going in and out from amongst them. So Matthias wasn't nobody new. He wasn't nobody new. And he was there from the immersion to the resurrection. All right, if you don't fit that, you're not an apostle. You're not an apostle. That's hard for a lot of people to understand. All right? That's hard for a lot of people to understand. But trip off this. We ain't got to play. We ain't got to do no type of guesswork. All right? We ain't got to do none of that. We ain't got to do none of that. Let's go to Paul's own letters. Got to do no guesswork. You got to do no licking of the finger. No. We ain't playing no games. Hold on. Did it sure? There you go, y'all. Make sure that deal's sharing. Okay, yeah. Now, let me show y'all this. All right, let's go to Galatians. Galatians. Look at this. Now, this is his letter, supposedly. We ain't got to play no games. We ain't got to do no guesswork, no licking of the finger. We got to do none of that. All right, now you know what it takes to be an apostle. Right? You had to been there. You had to been a witness of the immersion and the resurrection. And you had to been there the whole time that the Messiah was going in and out from amongst his brethren. You had to been there. You had to been a witness. You see? And if that ain't you, that just ain't you. That's it. Look at this. Galatians 1:11. It's a not so Merry Christmas, huh? Look at it. This is Galatians 1. My bad. Galatians 1:11. Now look at it. It says Paul defends his ministry. Why? Why you got to go on the defense? And the only reason you go on the defense is if you're being attacked. Who's attacking you? Who's attacking you? See, we ain't got to do no guesswork. We ain't got to say Uncle Ned. We ain't got to say preacher or Pastor Bobo. Shout out to the Bobos here in St. Louis. I don't know why y'all name just skipped across my mind, but we ain't got to do no guesswork. He gonna tell you himself. And that's why I say, to understand what we talking about, Paul's letters are very, very valuable. You know what I mean? Here we go right here. Galatians 1:11. All right, he defends his ministry. But I certify you, brethren, that the gospel which was preached of me is not after man. Look what he's telling you. He's telling you like what he's preaching. And remember, this is him defending his position in front of the assembly in Galatia. He's saying what I preach is not of man. I didn't receive it from man. Now trip off this. What man could you have received it from? What man? Or which men? The apostles. The apostles. It's a reason why he has to defend his ministry, y'all. But from whom? Who is attacking his ministry? Who don't agree with what he's saying? And who got the authority to challenge him on what he's talking about? You understand? And that challenge is putting doubt in the assembly's mind concerning who Paul is. So he got to defend his doctrine. He got to defend what it is. So he's saying, look, what I got didn't come from man. I didn't learn from the apostles. That's all he's saying. Because those are the only men who could have taught him anything concerning Yahshua and his movement, Yahshua and his vision. It's the apostles. Look at this. For I neither received it of man, neither was I taught it, but by the revelation of Yahshua Christ, or Yahshua the Messiah. He's saying what he's teaching is different from what the apostles teach. That's what he's saying. You got to get down to the underlying, like, what is he really saying? What I teach, I got directly from who he called Christ. All right? More than likely the same Christ that appeared to Constantine before the battle of Malivian Bridge and said, what, in this sign you're going to conquer. Both of them had what we call a heavenly vision. Paul and Constantine. Of a Christ. Now, so I'm not saying he ain't have a spiritual visitation, but was it ordained by creators? What you need to be asking yourself. Right? What he teaches, he didn't get from the disciples. He didn't learn from the apostles and the disciples. He got it directly from the spiritual realm, is what he's saying. I wasn't taught by them. That's why what he teaches is different. So even if you disagree with our position, a small surface level research to show you that they didn't agree on a basic level. Even if you don't agree with what we bringing out, look, the lowest biblical scholar tell you, yeah, James and Paul had problems. Paul had problems with the apostles. And look what's being said right here. Look at this. For ye have heard of my conversation in time past in the Jews' religion, how that beyond measure I persecuted the church or the assembly of God and wasted, and profited in the Jews' religion above many my equals in mine own nation, being more exceedingly zealous of the traditions of my fathers. Look at this. But when it pleased God, who separated me from my mother's womb, stop right there. To be separate from your mother's womb, he ain't talking about when he came through the vaginal. You know what I mean? The birth cavity. That's, look, to be called separated from your mother's womb means you're a Kodesh. You're holy from your mother's womb. Which means you claiming you a Nazarite, Jack. You claiming to be a Nazarite. John the Baptist, Samson, all these men were Nazarites from the womb. Yahshua, James, these men were Nazarites from the womb. Holy from the womb. So you really got to understand history when you are dissecting and reading through these letters, man. Then you really, it start unlocking for you. Look at this. And called me by his grace to reveal his son in me, that I might preach him among the heathen or among the Gentile nations, right? But remember, Yahshua already had the disciples teaching amongst the nations. Remember, Peter and Cornelius. They already was out there doing their thing. So Paul's coming with a total different message, right? Total different message. And he's coming with a total different message to the Gentile nations. The Nazarenes them already had Gentile protocol. Not saying all nations, because all nations can partake of Creator. Absolutely. Absolutely. But there's a discipline that comes into play with this. There's a discipline. You see what I'm saying? Paul wasn't all the way down with the discipline. So that I might preach him among the heathen, immediately I conferred not with flesh and blood. I didn't check in with the apostles when I got my vision, which he should have did. And when we get into the history, you're going to see before this, before his road to Damascus, Paul tried to kill James. Tried to kill him, broke his legs, threw him off the top, one of the top flights of steps in the temple. Thought he was dead. Straight tried to kill the man. So if this man's brother had been revealed in you, why wouldn't you, with all humility, go check in? Say, I see what you're saying, bro. You understand? What is it I can do to help? Please forgive me. What you mean you ain't go confer or check in, and you ain't check in with flesh and blood? Look at this. Neither went I up to where? Jerusalem. He telling you, I don't teach what they teach. It's different. I ain't get taught by them. I ain't even go check in with them. I ain't even go up to Jerusalem where this thing is being headquartered out of. Neither went I up to Jerusalem to them which were apostles before me. So according to his own lips, they are apostles, meaning what? They have the authority. But I went into Arabia. He don't went to Saudi Arabia. He done went to Mecca. He done went to Yemen somewhere. But I went into Arabia and returned again unto Damascus. Look at this. Then after 3 years, I went up to Jerusalem to see Peter and abode with him 15 days. Abode with him a fortnight. But of the other apostles saw I none, save who? James, the master's brother. So according to Paul, James is an apostle. And he's Yahshua's brother. See, and a lot of us, when we dealing coming from the Israelite perspective, we don't even talk about James. Nobody even know nothing about him. Don't nobody even know nothing about him. But according to Paul, James is an apostle. And he's Yahshua's brother. Right? Because you got to get stamped valid. Like if you ain't out here, if you ain't received no letters of recommendation from Jerusalem, then really what you doing out here, you pump faking. You know what I mean? You straight pump faking. You out here pump faking. Look at this right here, man. This is crazy. Look at that. Look at this. Now the things which I write unto you, behold, before God, I lie not. So he's like, I ain't lying. That's how you know. So whenever somebody got to like convince you they're not lying, more than likely they lying. All right, more than likely they lying. Look at this. Afterwards, I came into the regions of Syria and Cilicia and was unknown by face into the churches of Judea, which were in Messiah. But they had heard only that he which persecuted us in times past now preaches the faith which once he destroyed, and they glorify God in me. So Paul is letting it be known. The reason I went here is to show through Paul's own words, through his own letters, through his own words. You dig? What he was taught, he did not get from man. He did not get from man. He was teaching something different than what the apostles were teaching. He had to defend his ministry because everybody was checking him on what he was talking about. See, and a lot of people don't realize that James and them had the rulership. James had the control over the whole entire Temple Mount. The Messiah's brother. He had already set up what we call leadership and everything. So who is Paul? Where did he come from? What happened with him? But if you see that based off his own words, he does not preach what the apostles preach. It's different. It's not the same. If it was the same, he would have never had to defend his ministry. He would have never had to defend it. You see? Now look, right before this though, let's see if y'all understand. See if y'all understand. All right, bang, bang, bang. All right, now watch this. We're going to go back up to the top of Galatians 1. Look how hard Paul got to go. Look how hard he got to go. Now remember, he's not teaching what the apostles are teaching. All right? If you understand that, give me a 1 up in the chat. If you understand, Paul was not teaching what the apostles were teaching, because he just said what he teach, he didn't get it from man. Neither did I go up to Jerusalem the years later. So he's not teaching what the apostles are teaching. He's teaching something different. You see what I'm saying? And that's why he had to go hard in what he called defending his ministry. Look at this, the perversion of the gospel. I marvel that you are so soon removed from him that called you into the grace of Messiah unto another gospel. Now trip out this. He's talking to an assembly of believers in Galatia who believe in the testimony of Yahshua. So he's admitting that another gospel other than what he's teaching is being taught. And y'all just admitted that what? That Paul is teaching a different doctrine than the apostles. You see? So is it hard to say, oh, okay, well, the other gospel must be coming out of Jerusalem. It must be from James and them. And that gospel is different than Paul's gospel. And this is why Paul got to defend what he's doing. You understand? Because he's being made to look false. Look at this. There is another gospel being preached. Now, who else is preaching another gospel? You don't say gospels. You say another gospel. Who else was teaching another gospel in Paul's day? Who had the authority that could shift the minds and cast doubt in the minds of those who are part of the congregation in Galatia? Who? You ain't talking about just some cat on the streets. Who was teaching something different than Paul? Paul called it another gospel. He admits that another gospel is being preached in the assembly of Galatia. And he's just said what we read down in verse 11, that what I teach you, I didn't get from none of them. I went to Jerusalem 3 years later. So who is preaching the other gospel that Paul has a problem with? Look at this. Which is not another, but there be some that trouble you and will pervert the gospel of Christ. Wow. Wow, what you mean trouble? Look at this. But though we or an angel from heaven preach any other gospel unto you than that which we have preached unto you, let him be accursed. Let him be accursed. Paul then admitted his gospel was different than the apostles. He admits that another gospel is being preached in the assembly of Galatia. You did? And he go even further and say, well, let them be cursed. I don't care if it's an angel or another man. Curse them. What does the curse mean? Look at Paul. Cursing folk. What is the curse? Look what he's saying.
Strong's G 331. Anathema. Anathema.
Anathema or anathema. Look at this. He's saying whoever preaches something opposite of me or what me and my crew, what we are teaching, count them cursed. What is the curse? Anathema. Bind under a great curse. So Paul is literally cursing anybody who don't agree with him. And then when we get to the next chapter, y'all don't worry about it. He about to call names. He about to call names. So we ain't even got to guess. Oh, maybe he was talking about like my brother say, the Pharisees or the Sadducees. He about to call names. And he's cursing them. He's cursing them in under his authority and through his zeal. Look at this. A thing set up or laid by in order to be kept. It says right here. Look at this. A thing devoted to God without a hope of being redeemed, and if an animal to be slain. Therefore, a person or thing doomed to destruction if they teach it other than what we teach you. Those rolling with Paul, count them cursed. Count him cursed. Look at this. A man accursed, devoted to the direst of woes. A religious ban, a concretely excommunicated thing or person. Accused, anathema, curse, great. Y'all see this? Paul just cursed whoever teaches opposite of him. Who was teaching another gospel? That's all you got to ask. And who had the authority to? It couldn't have been just somebody, you know, in Palestine or in Judea standing on the street corner yelling. I mean, shout out to my camp brothers. It couldn't have been somebody in St. Louis sitting in their cold-ass basement having class. You know what I mean? It had to have been somebody thorough and influential enough, you understand, to take away the authority and the influence that Paul had with the church of Galatia. Because remember, he told Timothy later on in his career or later on in his ministry, everybody in Asia turned against him. Well, that's where all the 7 churches are at in Revelation, the 2nd chapter, to the churches that are in Asia. Ephesus is one of them. Yeah, Paul was teaching something different. It's just when the dust settles and Rome get control of your literature, you dig? All your literature is coming from overseas in a foreign tongue, and the letters of Paul align more with the doctrine and the agenda of Rome, so they put Paul in there. Paul is what? The majority of the New Testament. A man who never met Messiah, a man who cursed the apostles. Here you go looking for an antichrist, you know, a couple years from now, and you ain't even realizing. And even Paul told you there'll be many anti-messiahs. You ain't realizing his mission or what he was doing is different than what the apostles were doing. Totally different. And he's cursing whoever teach, but though we or an angel from heaven preach any other gospel unto you, and that which we have preached unto you, let him be accursed. Let him be doomed to destruction. Paul cursed anybody. Get you, and the Israelites read that and call themselves cursing somebody. Be careful. Be careful. You don't want a curse to retaliate on you, to turn back on you. You understand? Be careful. As we said before, so say I now again, if any man preach any other gospel unto you than that ye have received, let him be accursed. So step 1, he's already saying what I preach I didn't get from the apostles. Step 2, he admits that they are apostles and that, including James, and that James is the Messiah's brother. He said he never went and checked in till years later. You dig? Now he jumped. Now we went back up to the top, and he's cursing whoever is preaching another gospel to the assembly in Galatia that don't align with his. He cursed them. He cursed them. Ooh-wee. That is what it is, okay? Now, let's go over to Galatians, the 2nd chapter. Let's go one chapter over. Let's go over Galatians. If y'all get some understanding so far, give me a 9 up in the chat. Bless up, bless up, bless up. Let's go over to the next chapter. Let's go over to the next chapter. Easy work. No licking of the finger, no guesswork. Just right to it. Just right to it. No games. All right? Galatians. All right? So who was teaching another gospel? Who was teaching another gospel? The council at Jerusalem. So you got to come check in. Look at that. Acts what? Let's see. Acts or Acts. But that's Acts 15, 1 through 21. Matter of fact, let's go there first. Then we'll come to Galatians 2. Let's go to Acts 15. Finally, he got to come check in. And everybody there, all the apostles there, including Peter, who had been out doing his evangelism. You know what I mean? Look at this. Look who stands up and gives a judgment or a decision. James. We read this in Acts and never trip. Hold on, that's James, the Messiah's brother. Who's like And they in front of thousands, over 6,000 Nazarenes at this time. And I'm saying that because the Pharisees numbered well over 6,000, and the Nazarenes had control of the Temple Mount at that time. So they had to been larger in number than the Pharisees in them. So it's well over 6,000 Nazarenes on this Temple Mount at this council in Jerusalem, and Paul finally come check in. Barnabas brings them to Jerusalem. You see this? Now look, James is the one after everything been said or what is being taught. James stands up and gives a judgment and gives a decision, right? And gives a mandate to Paul and Barnabas what to teach. Right? This same James is the Messiah's brother, biological brother. Got to come check in. So James gives a judgment. I'm up for time's sake. Y'all go read it when you get a chance to. I'm gonna jump down. And they in Jerusalem talking about circumcision. And guess what, y'all? Dietary law. What to eat and what not to eat. You dig? How to instruct who we call the Gentiles or the foreigners on how to, have the discipline and conduct themselves as being part of this Yahshua movement. Look at this. This is James talking. He say, known unto God are all his works from the beginning of the world. Wherefore my sentence is. What kind of man is this standing up giving a sentence, a judgment? Look at this.
Strong's G 2919. Krino.
Who is this that got the authority to bring a judgment, to determine, to go to law, to condemn, to esteem, to be of opinion, deem, think, to be of opinion, to determine, resolve, decree, to judge, to pronounce an opinion concerning right and wrong, to be judged, i.e. summon the trial that one's case may be examined and judgment passed upon it, to pronounce judgment, to subject to censor, to rule, to govern. So this James, y'all, has authority. And trip off this, y'all, has authority over who? Paul. It's the reason why Paul got to come check in. Finally, you got to go back to Jerusalem and check in, Jack. What you doing? Or you're not going to be taken serious because you have to receive letters of recommendation. Or whoever you're going to ain't going to take you serious. Was you stamped by the apostles and them from Jerusalem? If not, we got to look at you sideways. Wherefore my judgment is, my sentence is that we trouble not them which from among the Gentiles will turn to God. Look at this. But there we write unto them that they abstain from pollutions of who? Idols. And from fornication. And from things strangled. And from blood. These last two for sure are an allusion to the flesh. All right. We'll jump down to verse 29. But they gave him letters and everything. Verse 23. And they wrote letters by them after this manner. The apostles and elders and brethren send greeting unto the brethren which are of the Gentiles in Antioch and Syria and Cilicia. So they had to get them letters of recommendation. Look at this. Jump down to verse 29. Look at this. This is in the letters. That mandates from Yahshua's brother that you abstain from meats offered to idols and from blood and from things strangled and from fornication, from which if you keep yourselves, you shall do well. Fare ye well. The order went out. The abstention from meats offered to idols. All right. Now, that understanding would have to come out of the Torah. Because there is no New Testament at this time. There is no New Testament. So what we do is we're going to examine later on what is that, and we're going to see if Paul held to that or not. All right. But right here is what he's supposed to be teaching, him and Barnabas. And this is it. He's not supposed to go off and start his own doctrine and do what he want to do. This is what you're supposed to be teaching. You got letters of recommendation. You've been stamped by James and all them. This is what you teach. Abstention from meats offered to idols, and from blood, and from things strangled, and from fornication, from which if you keep yourselves, you shall do well. So when they were dismissed, they came to Antioch. When they had gathered the multitude together, they delivered the epistle. And then as you keep reading later on, Paul and Barnabas fall out. He fall out with everybody. But could it have been over the food? See? Could it have been over the food? Drop that. Let's go to Galatians, the 2nd chapter. Surgical with it. All praise to the Creator. Surgical. Surgical with this. Now let's go read about what Paul say happened at Jerusalem. And let's see if it line up with what we just read Acts. Easy work. Easy work. You dig? Look at this. Council at Jerusalem. And this is Paul talking about it. Then 14 years after, I went up again to Jerusalem with Barnabas and took Titus with me also. So he's with Barnabas. Took Titus with me also. Look at this. And I went up by revelation and communicated with them that gospel which I preach. That gospel which I preach among the Gentiles, but privately to them which were of reputation, lest by any means I should run or I had run in vain. So he's saying when I went up to Jerusalem, I had private understanding and private counsels with them who are of reputation. Who he talking about, y'all? The apostles. This is, according to him, this is what happened. Look at this. But neither Titus, who was with me, being a Greek, was compelled to be circumcised. See, so circumcision is on the table. And what you realize is this, that eventually, like, you had some people in the movement that was so zealous, they like, nah, get cut right now. But when you get into the initiation and the letters between Peter and James, the whole thing was don't put all the disciplines on them at one time. You understand? But eventually they're going to have to go ahead and get circumcised. But look at this. But neither Titus, who was with me, being a Greek, was compelled to be circumcised. And that because of false brethren, look at this. And this is over circumcision. And that because of false brethren, unawares, brought in, who came in privately to spy out our liberty, which we have in Messiah, that they might bring us into bondage. Look at this. He called them the brethren in Jerusalem false. The ones of great reputation. Verse 2. Now, who are these brethren up under the command of? Look at this, verse 5. To whom we gave place by subjection, no, not for an hour, that the truth of the gospel might continue with you. Do you hear what he's saying? He's saying, I didn't put myself in subjection to them. Not for an hour. Who are those who are in reputation? Huh? Who are these men you calling false? And here you go claiming liberty in something that was never given. Like, what are you saying? And he's saying right here in verse 5 that I refuse to be in subjection to them. To whom? Who are we talking about here? Who is Paul saying I am not in subjection to? You say, oh, well, the false brethren who came out to spy out our liberty. Who are they under the command of? James. James, the Messiah's brother. Look at this. But of these who seem to be somewhat, whatsoever they were, it maketh no matter to me. God accepteth no man's person. For they who seem to be somewhat in conference added nothing to me. Do you hear this? But of these who seem to be somewhat, Paul telling you that he ain't in subjection to the leadership in Jerusalem. Think it's a game? Let's go to a different version. Galatians 2 and 6. Let's read it in a different version. Look at this. The NLT. And the leaders of the church had nothing to add to what I was preaching. By the way, their reputation as great leaders made no difference to me. God has no favorites. Y'all, the leaders of the church are the apostles. The top leader is James, the Messiah's brother. Look at that. See, we not making this stuff up, man. We ain't making it up. And that's why all the scholars will tell you it's just the Israelites ain't figured it out. The New Testament Israelites, that is. You ain't figured it out yet. Paul was teaching something different than the apostles. So now you got to decide, all right, well, where do you fall at on the side of history? Where do you fall at in this war, this battle? Every scholar will tell you this. A small research, surface level research will reveal this to you. And look, we reading Paul's letters himself. The leaders of the church are the apostles. You see this? And he's saying that they didn't add nothing else to what he was teaching. Stop it, boy. What was he commanded to teach? To abstain from meats offered to idols. Do you see this? He over here claiming they didn't say nothing else once he bucked up and refused to be in subjection to them because he preaches a liberty that he has in Christ that was never given. He claimed that the leaders of the church, the apostles, didn't add nothing else to what he was teaching. Is that true or false? It's false. Remember Acts 15:29. To abstain from meats offered to idols, from things strangled, from blood, and from fornication. What he talking about, nothing else was added to him. He's lying. He's straight lying to you. What he's writing about in Galatians is not what we read in Acts. Because we know what else he was told to teach, correct? And what was that? To abstain from meats offered to idols. To abstain from pollutions of idols. Things strangled, from blood, and from fornication. So for him to claim that once he bucked up about the circumcision, because Titus ain't want to get circumcised, and that he refused to be in subjection to the leaders of the assembly or the church, he said, it don't matter to me who they are or their reputation as great leaders. It don't mean nothing to me. All right, God don't accept no man's person. But don't forget a chapter earlier, what? He said, whoever teach something different than me, what? Count him cursed. Count him cursed. Didn't he? Didn't he say, whoever preaches another gospel than what we, him and his crew, have delivered unto you, count him cursed. Count him doomed. So he's mocking them, he's lying, and he's cursing them. The apostles. Come on, y'all. It ain't hard. These his own words. These his own words. He talking about the leaders of the church, specifically James. Those are the leaders of the movement. Those are the leaders of the movement. Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee. Watch this. I'm reading again. But of these who seem to be somewhat, whatsoever they were, it maketh no matter to me. God accepteth no man's person. For they who seem to be somewhat in conference added nothing to me. But contrariwise, when they saw that the gospel of the uncircumcision was committed unto me, as the gospel of the circumcision was unto Peter. That's another lie. When did they come up with this agreement about the gospel of the uncircumcision and the gospel of the circumcision? Peter, you only go to the circumcised. Paul gonna go to the uncircumcised. When did that decision go down? And trip about this, y'all. It wasn't just Peter that was out there teaching about what the Messiah was teaching. It wasn't just Peter. See, Paul started doing his own thing. Remember, Messiah said what? Go into all the nations. He told them at the resurrection to do that. Remember, in order to be an apostle, you had to be what? A witness of the immersion and the resurrection. So they all were sent out into the nations. It wasn't just a Paul. It wasn't no secret agreement that James, Peter, and Paul came together and said, Paul, you just go to the uncircumcised. We're going to focus on only the circumcised. What that's it? What that's it? They all were out amongst the uncircumcised. All of them. You see? Good night. Look at this right here. There's more to it. These are his letters. For he that worked, or who worked effectually in Peter to the apostleship of the circumcision, The same was mighty in me toward the Gentiles. Now remember, he's defending his ministry. Look at this. And when James, Cephas, that's Peter, and John, who seemed to be pillars. Look at them steady throwing shots. What you mean seemed to be pillars? Those are the leaders. Specifically, James is the leader. So now you know who he got a problem with. Now you know who teaches a different gospel than him. And as we keep reading, you're going to see. And when James, Cephas, and John, who seemed to be pillars, perceived the grace that was given unto me, they gave to me and Barnabas the right hands of fellowship, that we should go into the heathen and they into the circumcision. Wow. Only they would that we should remember the poor. Absolutely. The same which I also was forward to do. Look at this. Let's go see who teaches a different gospel than Paul. But when Peter was come to Antioch, I withstood him to the face because he was to be blamed. Wow. For before that, certain men came from who? James. James. James has the authority to send the apostles out, and they are what? They are basically auditing Paul with his doctrine. They making sure he's teaching what he's supposed to be teaching. And if that's not the understanding, guess what? They turn it down. So he's calling them by names now. You ain't got to guess if he's talking about the apostles. He's calling them by name. But when Peter was come to Antioch, I withstood him to the face because he was to be blamed. See, this is Paul making his, and true about this, he's writing this in his letter to the Galatians, realizing when the people in Galatia read this, they weren't in Antioch when this supposed event went down. I know people that say, man, Paul pumped Peter. I'm like, you really believe that? After all, it is one-sided, ain't it? It's real one-sided. For before that certain came from James, he did eat with the Gentiles. But when they were come, he withdrew and separated himself, fearing them which were of the circumcision. So now he's saying that Peter, was eating food or meats offered to idols. Because that's the order that went out. Right? To abstain from meats offered to idols. So he's claiming Peter being lawless. He's saying Peter was acting lawless until James sent his crew through there. Wow. And the other Jews dissembled likewise with him, in so much that Barnabas, now he name dropping. He name dropping. Barnabas, James, Peter, John. Whoever they are, it don't mean to make no difference to me. Their reputation as great leaders means nothing to me. Whoever teaches another gospel than what you have received, count them cursed. I didn't get my revelation from man. I was taught directly by revelation. Wow. Well, if that's the case, why you got to throw these men under the bus? Because these men disagree with what you're talking about. That's the only reason you got to name drop, and throw these men up under the bus, as if Peter there to defend himself. Likewise with them, insomuch that Barnabas also was carried away with their dissimulation. Look at this, verse 14. But when I saw that they walk not uprightly according to the truth of the gospel, I said unto Peter, look at this, before them all, if you being a Jew, a Yahudi, live after the manner of Gentiles. He just said, Peter, you are a heathen. You live like Gentiles. He just said Peter lives lawless. This is what Paul telling Peter according to his letter to the Galatians. Peter is lawless, and I said it to his face. And I find this pretty ironic, man. Don't nobody got a problem with this. Like, dog, do you realize Paul is saying that one of the top apostles is lawless? Live after the manner of Gentiles and not as do the Jews. Why compare you to Gentiles to live as do the Jews? He's saying you don't even live like no Yahudi. You don't even live like no covenant man. You live like a Gentile. So why are you trying to what? Why are you trying to convince the Gentiles to live like a covenant man, an Israelite who's under the covenant when you don't even live like it. He's accusing Peter of breaking the mandates that James sent out. See that? Oh, wait. So Paul letting you know who he got a problem with. Paul is letting it be known flat out what it is. And he got so angry he cursed him. And as you keep reading Galatians, he pronounced the judgment of castration to be on him. I said, man, what is this dude doing, man? Like, dude on what? But he's teaching something different than the apostles. And that's why you heard he that eateth on herbs is weak, because these brothers were plant-based. They weren't eating the flesh. You know what I mean? Or the long hair. A lot of these brothers were Nazarites from their womb. That razor never touched their heads. Or the spiritual communion. A lot of them knew the communion of the angels and all that. And he said, you're worshiping angels. Like he was shooting shots at the Nazarene movement, the Nazarene leadership. That's what he was doing. You dig? That's exactly what he was doing. And he's telling you the names, Barnabas, James, Peter, John, whoever they are, it don't mean nothing to me. Their reputation as leaders. Matter of fact, when I went and met with them, they didn't add nothing else to me, which is different than what we read in Acts. He cursed them. He said he didn't get it from man. He got it directly from the Spirit. And he admits they are apostles. Good night. Let's go show. Let's drop that. Let me jump on back to Matthew, show y'all something. All right. Look at this right here. Go to Matthew 13. Show you. Show you. That you be not deceived. People out here deceived, man. Yeah. Right here. Yes. Who we call the Messiah had a whole family, man. Whole family. You see clues of it right in the Gospels. All right. Wait. It's a not so Merry Christmas today, boy. Yeah, man. Paul wildin', man. Man, wildin'. You slow down. If you slow down and reread them, you're going to be like, wow. And damn his letters. So anybody who disagree with us, I would love to sit down with you and chop it up by his letters. His own letters say that he taught something different. His own letters say that he's against the apostles. Yeah, yep, I got that already in the arsenal, kid. You already know. Look at this right here, Matthew 13. Matthew 13, this is a show right here that Messiah had brothers. All right. Then we're going to go. As a matter of fact, since you bringing it up, Keela, we're going to bring that right up. We're going to go over here in the Nazarene Acts or the homilies where Peter, he gets wind that Paul out there running his mouth by him. You know what I mean? He gets wind like, oh, no, Jack, you tripping. You did. And that's why a lot of scholars or some of the scholars believe that the cat named Simon Magus in the Nazarene Acts, a lot of them believe that's Paul. A lot of them. You did. But look, let's watch this right here. Messiah had a family. Look at this. Matthew 13:53. And it came to pass that when Yahshua finished these parables, he departed thence. And when he was coming to his own country, he taught them in their synagogue, and so much that they were astonished and said, whence have this man this wisdom and these mighty works? Is this not the carpenter's son? Is not his mother called Miriam or Mary, and his brother James, and Joseph and Simeon and Yahudah, Judah, and his sisters, are they not all with us? Whence then have this man all these things? So not only did he have a family, his family was well known in the part of Israel he was from. Brothers and sisters. Y'all see that? Brothers and sisters. And James is right there on the list. Right there on the list. See, right there, James. History knows him as James the Just. So it makes sense that, I mean, come on now, he grew up with him. He wasn't nothing but 2 years his younger. He grew up with Messiah. You know what I mean? Played with him, laughed with him. Probably took baths with him. You know how it is when you a short legger. Smelled his farts growing up. Smelled his morning breath. You know how it is when you were siblings growing up together. You know what I mean? Shared food, all of it. You know what I mean? That's family right there. So this is bloodline we dealing with. And that's why Professor Robert Eisenman says that he believed that the whole Messiah movement was a caliphate, meaning right to rule through bloodline, which is even more of a dagger to Paul. All right, let's go to another witness on this. Let's go to Mark, the 6th chapter. All right, these things is never brought out. I mean, he had a whole family, man. Whole family. Brothers, sisters, all that. All right. Mark 6:3. Is not this the carpenter, the son of Mary, the brother of who? James. The brother of James and Joseph and of Yehuda and Simon. And are not his sisters here with us? And they were offended at him. All right, so we got right here. You understand? We talking about a family. All right, a bloodline. That's what we talking about here. All right, a straight bloodline. And we see that who had to come check in with who? Paul eventually had to come check in, and he was told what to teach. And he went out and according to Galatians and started cursing at the apostles. You know what I mean? Throwing them up under the bus, claiming he checked something. You dig? Saying, man, we gotta really slow down and re-examine what it is we're talking about here. All right. And guess what? We already went over what it is to be an apostle. You had to been there. You had to been there. You had to witness. All right. And if you wasn't there, then you just wasn't there, Jack. It's just what it is. All right. Let's stop that real quick. I'm gonna show y'all something. Show y'all something so we can keep rocking out. Shout out to the haters, jaw jackers and naysayers. Yeah. We love y'all too. Bless up. I got something for y'all. I ain't do sure again. Easy work. Easy work. It's a not so Merry Christmas. Y'all be all right. Y'all be all right. All right, right here. This right here is the Nazarene Acts or the Clementine Homilies. All right, what I'm going to do is go all the way back to the beginning of this deal so you can see what we're talking about. All right, let's go on back. I'll forgive you, brother. Let this deal load up a little taste. All right, hold on one second. I'm going to show y'all this. Peter has a letter to James. Look how he's addressed. All right, look how he's addressed. See, you don't question these things. You be out here looking silly. Start questioning. All right, don't just be in la-la land thinking everything copacetic. That's not true. All right, don't be out here looking silly. Here you go, you know what I mean? I believe everything. You're like, man, look. Yeah, obviously you ain't did your due diligence. I'm gonna wait for this to pop up and stop sharing screen. I'm gonna wait for this to pop up real quick, fam. And y'all see. I'm gonna show y'all. This is letter. Look, all this go back. This 1st century documentation. You know what I mean? 1st century. They all already know it. The recognitions of Clement, the Clementine homilies. I was like, dang, they in Yale talking about this. They in Yale and Oxford talking about these. What we going over today? I say, good night. What is we around here talking about? What we really talking about here? Let me get right to the letter. It'll take a little time. Look at this, the Ante-Nicene Christian Library. So before the Council of Nicaea, there are writings out here before the Council of Nicaea. All right, they differ majorly from literature that came out during it and after. All right, so it's Clementine homilies. You dig? All right, recognitions of Clement or the Acts of Peter. You hear all that? All right, hold on one second. Let it load up. Y'all forgive you, brother. Right here. We. Ooh-wee. I know. I'm just gonna let you look at it for a second. I know. Now look at this. Peter to James, the Lord or Master and Bishop of the Holy Church, under the Father, the Creator of all, through YHWH'S, which is peace always. Peter, who we all know is the top apostle according to Matthew, is after the death of Yeshua, is writing to his brother James, and he's acknowledged as the master and bishop of the assembly at Jerusalem. Y'all see that? It makes sense now when we read Acts 15 and James stands up and gives what? A judgment. He's the bishop. He's the Mabakir, the bishop. He's the one that's been entrusted with the success of the movement. You see? And Peter acknowledges that. Right? Paul even acknowledged James as an apostle, and I had to come check in with him eventually. You know what I'm saying? Eventually, he had to come check in. James gave them letters, him and Barnabas, of what exactly to teach, correct? The question is, did he teach what he was commanded to teach? Did he teach that? Or did he start doing his own thing? I think y'all smart enough to realize what it is. Right? The man started doing his own thing. All right? Man started doing his own thing. All right? So you see right here that who? James. James is the bishop. He's the guy you got to go holler at. All right? He's the man you would have had to learn from. When Paul said, I didn't learn this from man, nor was I taught it. Well, you got to go. This is who you had to go learn from. All right? Look at this right here. And any brother that see this that want to chop it up, it's all good over this way. It's easy. All we got to do is pull it out and show. You know what I mean? But I know a lot of brothers don't know nothing about this. Now look at this. Look at this one. Show you how hard. Show you how Clement went when he recognized what it was. All right. Epistle of Clement. Epistle of Peter. Hold on one second, y'all. Right here. It's this one. Right here. Let y'all look at that too. Now, this is Clement to James. I remember Clement followed Peter around and documented this Nazarene Acts. James told him to do it. It is. Screw this in a little bit, y'all. Computer jamming up on me a little taste. Still tripping. All right. Here we go, right here. All right. Now, epistle or letter of Clement to James. Clement to James. Look at this. So, you know, a lot of our brothers still got Paul on their lips. You're going the wrong way. All right? That don't mean everything you read from him is off. You dig? But realize Paul started doing his own thing. Right? And he had him a sky revelation just like Constantine. And they both claim it was from Christ. All right? For those of us who deal with higher understanding, we already know who that was. And every Israelite know Christianity was founded by a false god. We all know that. We all know this. All right. So for those of us who know, who have read HOSP and all that, we already know who that is that appeared to Paul and who appeared to Constantine. We know him by name. You know what I mean? Look at this right here. Clement to James, the master and the bishop of bishops, who rules Jerusalem. Look at this. Look at this. Clement to James, the master and bishop of bishops, who rules Jerusalem, the holy church of the Hebrews, and the churches everywhere, including Galatia, where Paul was saying, curse whoever come against what I'm teaching, curse them. Every assembly and church is up under the authority of Yeshua's brother, YAH'KI, James. And the churches everywhere, actually founded by the providence of Creator. with the elders and deacons and the rest of the brethren. Peace be always. See that? I'm finna pull that up. That's the Gospel of Thomas, YAH'KI. I got that out too. See? So in Acts 12th chapter, Peter is miraculously let out of jail. He's told to go report to James. Acts 15. All right, Acts 15. Paul and Barnabas eventually them got to come holler at James. James stands up and give a judgment. All right, we go to Galatians. Paul has a problem with whoever teaches a different gospel or doctrine than him, and so much that he cursed them. All right, he said their reputation as leaders don't mean a damn thing to me. They told me I go to the uncircumcision, they to the circumcision. Then he named them. James, Peter, and John, who seem to be pillars. No, Jack. It's universally known that James is Yeshua's brother, and he the one that got the helm. He the one that got the lead. He the one that got the charge of this thing. Not Paul. Paul don't have no authority in this. The best thing Paul could have did was went and checked in with them, and whatever James told him to teach, he should have taught it to the letter. Period. You see? So we all see James is the one. That's why he stands up in Acts and gives what? Gives that judgment. But Paul over there cursing. Let him be a curse. But when you read the book of James, what? The first chapter, he tell you that blessings and curses shouldn't come out the same mouth. And any man that claims to be religious but don't know how to bridle his tongue, his religion is vain. James was responding to Paul. See, if you read Galatians and the book of James, side by side, you'll see they responded to each other. They're responding to each other. All right? James is the lead bishop. He the one that got the charge. So once the dust settled, the headquarters is in where? Rome, and all your literature coming out of Rome. But the headquarters was in Jerusalem. All right? And after the death of James, and right before the sacking of Jerusalem, a lot of the Nazarene community packed up and went into Pella, went to Jordan, settled there, and started doing their thing. You understand? And you look up four centuries later, and this movement called Christianity, and Constantine is at the head of it, and they're compiling what they call the New Testament. And whose letters gets picked? Whose letters are they overwhelmingly riding with? Paul. Why? Paul, Roman citizen. Paul's agenda aligns with Rome. Oui. So we understand that James is the one right there, right? We understand that. Bro asking about this. Let me go ahead and pull that on out, y'all. Easy work. My brother YAH'KI asking about this right here. This right here is the Gospel of Thomas. All right, this is in the Nag Hammadi too, if some of y'all got that. Let me show y'all that. All right, this is the Gospel of Thomas. Verse 12. Look at this. Look at this. See, we got receipts. Got receipts. What you talking about? All right, Gospel of Thomas, verse 12. The disciples said to Yeshua, Jesus, we know that you will depart from us. Who is to be our leader? Yeshua said to them, wherever you are to go to James the righteous, or James the just, for whose sake heaven and earth came into being. We got Peter admitting that James is the bishop or the top apostle. We got Thomas admitting it, right? We got Clement admitting it. And we got in the book of Acts is admitting it. What is we even talking about here? And James gave the command or the dictate to Paul through letters of recommendation to teach 4 things. Abstain from meats offered to idols, things strangled, blood, and fornication. See, when it came down to the food, Paul did not agree. Why do you think Paul said, whatever sold at the meat market, you can eat it and don't ask no questions? That's not abstaining from meats offered to idols. Because surely in a Gentile meat market or a grocery store, surely, especially in the ancient world, there is meat offered to idols. Surely. So what you mean, eat whatever is there? Just on surface level, you see he's going against. You understand? He's going against what the apostles are doing. And being he teaches something different, guess what he's saying? Curse him. Curse him. James is the one that got the lead, man. A lot of people don't want to deal with that. But that's the truth. All right, it's just the truth. All right, it's just the truth. All right, bang, bang, bang. Let's get back to this right here. All right, let me go over here to WHICHMAN. Let me show y'all something. Now we read in Galatians where Peter is supposedly going at James. I mean, please forgive me. That Paul supposedly punks Peter. That's what we read. All right, let me stop sharing my screen real quick. Come back to that real quick. Stop screen. Now let's go over here. Let me show you in Peter's writings where he ended up having to check something real quick. Like, hold on. What is you talking about? All right. Bang, bang, bang. We're about to go back to the homilies real quick, y'all. I got y'all. Let me share the screen. Now watch this. Bang, bang, bang. Matthew Smith's son. That's an excellent point, boy. That's an excellent point. The law does say that the brother gets the wife when the other brother passes. Jesus was the other. His wife is the church. Ooh, we. So that makes sense that James would what? Have the control. Based off the law, that makes sense. That's an excellent catch, brother. Excellent, excellent catch. All right, watch this. Let's go to homilies. Let's go back to the Nazarene Acts. All right, watch this, y'all. No guesswork. No licking of the fingers. All right, right to it. Where is it? Here it is, right here. All right, not bad. Homilies 17. Show y'all what we got going on here. Where's homilies 17 at? Now I'm gonna see. He had a straight response to this cat. What you doing, though? All right, page 257. Page 257. Scroll on down. Let's get down here. And then you start seeing, man, like, hold on, man, dude is on one. What are you doing out here? Let me stop sharing while I scroll. Boy, y'all ain't got to be looking at a crazy screen. All right, hold on 1 second, fam. Let me get this for you. Got the spell wrong, man. What you doing? Right here. Pop up. And let's work. Let's go ahead and get to the bottom of this. All right, let's go ahead and get to the bottom of this. All right. Bang, bang. Move it out the way. Let's hit share screen. This thing gets real serious. It's real serious, family. But the beautiful thing is, it's all right there. All right. It's all right there. We got to go down to chapter 19. Still low, man. Almost there. And this is conversation. All right. Beautiful conversation. Okay, almost there. 15. Go down to chapter 19. 17. 18. All right, now, right here. This is Peter talking to this cat who claimed that the Messiah appeared to him in a vision. All right. Make this big so y'all can see this. All right, so you can see what's really going on here. Come on, man. It's script. Bang. All right, right here. Homilies 17, chapter 19. Look at this here, boy. Series, page 272, if you got it. Opposition to Peter on the reason. Now remember, Paul is saying, my gospel that I teach came by revelation. Did or did we not read that? We also read that Paul, according to him, checked Peter, punked Peter, told Peter that he lives lawless. Now look at Peter's opposition. Now look, that's real one-sided, and that got a whole bunch of brews running around her with their chest out, thinking that Paul done punked Peter. And you never ask yourself, hold on, that's one-sided. What the other side of the conversation is? Right? Look at this right here. If then our Yahshua, this is Peter talking, appeared to you in a vision, made himself known to you and spoke to you, it was as one who was enraged with an adversary. And this is the reason why it was through visions and dreams, or through what? Revelations that were from without that he spoke to you. Good night, boy. Didn't Paul say by revelation? Did or did he not say that? Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. This ain't no game. Hold on. He just said what he got didn't come from man, it came by revelation. Well, if that's the case, even revelation got to fit certain criteria, buddy. Look at this. But I certify to you, this is Paul. All right. But I certify to you, or I certify you, brethren, that the gospel which was preached to me is not after man. For I neither received it of man, meaning I didn't learn from the apostles, neither was I taught it by man or the apostles, but by the revelation. There it is right here. The revelation.
Strong's G 602. Apocalypsis.
Oh, revelation. He's saying it was revealed to him, right? A disclosure of truth, instruction concerning things before unknown, use of events by which things or states of persons hitherto withdrawn from view are made visible to all. Manifestation, appearance. Appearance. Let's go back. He claiming what he got is by revelation. For neither received it of man, neither was I taught it, but by the revelation of Yahshua or Jesus the Christ. Let's go back to the homilies then. Go back to the homilies. You had it. Yeah, boy. It's your hiding, boy. Searching. Don't tell me what that deal is. Man, that deal disappeared on me. Y'all hold that real quick. Hold on. That's how. All right. Let me go back here and find it. But Paul is saying by revelation. Everybody can see that. Let's go see what this revelation is all about. All right. Bang. See, knew I wasn't tripping. Right back to it. Right back to it. It is. He said he got it by revelation. Look at this right here. All right. If then our Jesus or our Yahshua appeared to you in a vision, made himself known to you and spoke to you, it was as one who was enraged with an adversary. And you run around here talking all this revelation jargon. He said, if he did appear to you, it is as if one who is enraged with an enemy. And this is the reason why it was through visions and dreams or through revelations that were from without that he spoke to you. But can anyone be rendered fit for instruction through apparitions? Question. And if you will say it is possible, then I ask, why did our teacher abide and discourse a whole year to those who were awake? And how are we to believe your word when you tell us that he appeared to you, Paul, Saul of Tarsus? And how are we to believe your word when you tell us that he appeared to you? And how did he appear to you when you entertain opinions contrary to his teaching? Wow. Wow. Ooh-wee. 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 Look at this. And how did he appear to you when you entertain opinions contrary to his teaching? Look at this. But if you were seen and taught by him and became his apostle for a single hour, proclaim his utterances, interpret his sayings, love his apostles, contend not with me who company with him. But that's what Paul was doing. Fighting with Peter, claiming he checked Peter, called him lawless. Love his apostles, contend not with me who company with him. For in direct opposition to me, who am a firm rock, the foundation of the church, you now stand. If you were not opposed to me, you would not accuse me and revile the truth proclaimed by me. That's what he was doing in Galatians, right? Based off his own words. If you were not opposed to me, you would not accuse me and revile the truth proclaimed by me, in order that I may not be believed when I state what I myself have heard with my own ears from the master, as if I were evidently a person that was condemned and in bad reputation. But if you say, look at this. This is Peter replying to Paul. Paul claimed he checked Peter in Galatians. How many of y'all knew Peter responded to that? He actually responded to that. Look at this. But if you say that I am condemned, you bring an accusation. You bring an accusation against God. But if you say that I am condemned, remember, Paul cursed them. Let them be accursed. The leaders of the church, whoever they are, makes no difference to me, for their reputation as good leaders meant nothing to me. Whoever teach another gospel than what I teach or what we teach you, call them cursed. But if you say that I am condemned, that's what curse means. Condemned, you bring an accusation against the Creator who revealed the Messiah to me. And you inveigh against him who pronounced me blessed on account of the revelation. But if indeed you really wish to work in the cause of truth, learn first of all from us what we have learned from him, and becoming a disciple of the truth, become a fellow worker with us. So we see Peter responded. He straight responded. You see? He responded to it like, nah. See, y'all, Paul was doing something different. A lot of people don't want to deal with that. Paul was doing something different. Let's go to the other part of the Nazarene Acts. Watch this. Show y'all something. Claiming whoever teach different, count him cursed. Ain't that what he said? That's what he said. Go to the Nazarene Acts. Same thing. This one got a little more information than the other. All right, same thing. Show y'all how this thing went down, man. All right, let me show y'all something. This deal deep too. I suggest y'all get it. It's a good read. Excellent read. All right, let me show y'all what really happened, man. Hold on, I just seen something. Was that one? That's another one too about them sacrifices, boy. We show you how this thing went. Okay, Caiaphas challenges James and them. Okay, show you how this nigga Paul, man. this dude, man, was on one. Right here, page 53. It's your boy. Right here, page 53 in the Nazarene Acts. Now, this is after Messiah been murdered, and his whole movement done expanded so much to where they outnumbering everybody. Every political order and theological order in Jerusalem is outnumbered by these Nazarene brothers. Like real talk, you know what I mean? Like this is serious. All right. Now, the high priest Caiaphas invites James to a dialogue. And James spent the whole week, Yaakov or James spent the whole week just laying out pure doctrine, letting it be known. Here come Paul. Paul hears of this, comes to the temple. You dig? Look what happens. All right. This is before Damascus. Look at this. Let me go ahead and move this out the way. Now I'm going to leave it up. All right. Tumult raised by Shaul or Saul. All right. Look at this. And when matters were at the point that they should come and be immersed, so Yaakov or James, the Messiah's brother, for a whole week been laying out that pure light, just letting them know, look, this is what it is, this is what it's going to be. You know, if y'all want to be spared what's coming, y'all need to get on down with us. All right. So he done convinced them, the high priest and all, Gamaliel who taught Paul, all them. He done convinced all them, hey, look, it's time to get on. All right. And when matters were at that point that they should come and be immersed, someone of our enemies, entering the HERBAL, the temple, with a few men, began to cry out and to say, what mean you, O men of Israel? Why are you so easily hurried? Why are you led headlong by most miserable men who are deceived by Shimon, a magician? Wow. While he was thus speaking and adding more to the same effect, and while Yaakov, that's James, James is Hebrew Yaakov, which means Jacob. And while Yaakov, the Mabakir, or the bishop, was refuting him, James was refuting Paul, shutting him down. So why wouldn't Paul, when he got his vision, come check back in with this man? After all, who you claim you following is this man's biological brother. Look at this. And while Yaakov, the Mavakir, was refuting him, he began to excite the people and raise a tumult so that the people might not be able to hear what was said. Therefore, he began to drive all into confusion with shouting and to undo what had been arranged with much labor, and at the same time to reproach the Kohanim, the priests, and to enrage them with revelings and abuse, and like a madman to excite everyone to murder, saying, what do you? Why do you hesitate, O sluggish and inert? Why do we not lay hands upon them and pull all these fellows to pieces? When he had said this, he first seasoned a strong brand from the altar, a firebrand, y'all, from the altar, set the example of smiting. Look at Paul. Paul get the beating Nazarenes down with a firebrand off the altar. Boy, what you talking about? Like if his repentance was real, he'd have came and begged these brothers for their forgiveness. After all, that's what Messiah teach, right? If you offend your brother, you got to go to him one-on-one. If he refuse, bring 2 or 3 witnesses. And after that, bring them before the council or the assembly. What you mean you got you a revelation, but your revelation is not in line with those that knew him? Look at this. Look at this. Then others also seeing him were carried away with like readiness. Then ensued a tumult on either side of the beaten and the beaten, of the beating and the beaten. Much blood is shed. There is a confused flight in the midst of which that enemy, Paul, Saul, attacked James and threw him headlong from the top of the steps. And supposing him to be dead, he cared not to inflict further violence upon him. Look at this. Y'all see this? Paul tried to kill this man. How dare he get a conversion, don't even come apologize, and then start throwing all them up under the bus, cursing them and everything. You see? That was Paul that tried to kill James in Jerusalem before he went to Damascus. That's how we know it's Paul. Flight to Jericho. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. But Havarim, our friends, lifted him up, for they were both more numerous and more powerful than the others. But from their fear of the Creator, they rather suffered themselves to be killed by an inferior force. So it ain't like Paul and them was superior. A lot of these brothers were non-resistant. And the reason they are non-resistant is because they know the condition of spirits who are slain in warfare and the affliction that the angels go through to restore such a spirit. That's why, brother, a lot of the movements, even before Yahshua was moving, a lot of them were non-resistant. All right? Not because Paul and them stronger, suffered themselves to be killed by an inferior force, and they would kill others. But when the evening came, the priest shut up the temple, and we returned to the house of James and spent the night there in prayer. Then before daylight, we went down to Jericho to the number of who? 5,000 men. What you talking about? They just wasn't about spilling no blood, man. Look at this. Then after 3 days, one of the brothers came to us from Gamaliel, whom we mentioned before, bringing to us secret tidings that enemy had received a commission from Caiaphas, that's the high priest, the Kohen Haggadah, the high priest, that he should arrest all who believed in Yahshua and should go to where? Damascus. That's how we know that enemy to try to kill James is Paul. Because Paul eventually received letters from the high priest and went where? To Damascus. And this is where he had his vision, his revelation, which don't add up either. When you examine all the accounts of Paul's vision on his road to Damascus, none of them line up. None of them. And he should go to Damascus or Damascus with his letters, and that they're also employing the help of the unbelievers. He should make havoc among the faithful. And that he was hastening to Damascus chiefly on this account, because he believed that Peter had fled there. And about 30 days thereafter, he stopped on his way while passing through Jericho, going to Damascus. At that time, we were absent, having gone out to the sepulchres of 2 brothers that were whited of themselves every year, by which miracle the fury of many against us was restrained, because they saw that our brothers were held in remembrance before the Creator. And they actually found those burial markers. Those burial markers, they turn white every year around a certain time of the year. You dig? Miraculously, they turn white. You dig? That's how you know this stuff historical we talking. These brothers been dead for thousands of years, but every year around a certain time, these 2 burial plots turn white. You dig? And that they look at that as a miracle, showing that Messiah is with our people. Now look at that right there, y'all. See? That was Paul to try to kill this man. That was Paul to receive letters to go to Damascus, and that's where he had his road to Damascus situation. But how many knew before that he actually tried to kill the Messiah's brother? Was beating the apostles with a firebrand from off the altar. You understand? And after his conversion, he still got a problem with them. He wanted to do his own thing. You see, this is real easy. It ain't even hard. You know what I mean? It's just certain people don't want to call it for what it is. All right, now Peter let it be known, like, look, if they ain't stamped valid by James, you ain't to receive them. Keep that moving. Let me pull that on up. Nazarene Acts of the Apostles. Let's get into that. Page 1, I think it's 30. Is it 133? No, it's right here, 134. I knew I wasn't off. You know what I mean? Surgical with it. We're going to read the temptation of MINISTRIES, chapter 30. We on page 133 of Nazarene Acts. On page 134, we're going to read chapter 34 and chapter 35. Watch this. It gets better. Nazarene Acts. Yeah, Paul was a Herodian too. A lot of people don't understand that. Paul was a straight, like, you know, if he wasn't no full-fledged Herodian or Edomite, he definitely was related, like connected. You know what I mean? Maybe on one of the sides of his families or whatever, because he claimed he from Benjamin. I find that ironic, like from the same tribe that the Saul in the Old Testament from. You dig? But one thing I noticed is this, that the Herodians never claimed Edomite ancestry once they converted to what we call Judaism, if you want to call it that. You know what I mean? So the fact that he claimed to be a Benjamite or from the tribe of Benjamin, like, all right, well, Herod said he was king of the Jews, but he was an Edomite. He was directly connected to the emperor's court in Rome. Directly. Look at this. We're going to go show that too. Paul is related to the Herods. Yeah, like, what's so hard to understand? And after his so-called conversion, he still got a problem with James, Peter, John, and all them. Even after. So we showing you Paul after and before his quote-unquote conversion. It's still a problem. It's still a problem. All right? Look at this. Temptation of Mashiach. This we would have you know assuredly, that a demon has no power against a man unless one voluntarily submit himself to his desires. Once even that one who was the prince of immorality approached him, as we have said, is appointed of the Creator, King of peace, tempting him and began to promise him all the glory, kavod of the world, because he knew that when he had offered this to others for the sake of deceiving them, they had worshipped him. Yeah. So he'll come and give you. We talking about Slick Willie. You know what I mean? We talking about quote unquote Slick Willie or the devil himself. Come with gifts, right? And most people take them gifts. Therefore, disobedient as he was and unmindful of himself, which indeed is the special peculiarity of immorality, he presumed that he should be worshipped by him, by whom he knew that he was to be destroyed. Therefore, our master confronting the worship of one Yahweh answered him. It is written, you will worship the Creator, and him only will you serve. And he, the devil, terrified by this answer and fearing lest the true obedience of the one and true Yahweh should be restored, hastened straightway to send forth. I found that ironic. It's straightway right there. Hasten straightway to send forth into this world false prophets, false Naveen, false shlikim, false apostles, and false morim, false teachers, who should speak indeed in the name of Messiah, but should accomplish the will of the demon. Oh, wait. So who you call Satan has false apostles that he inspired, I heard, who teach in the name of who you call Christ. Who we talking about? Who we talking about? And he hurried up and sent out these false prophets, apostles, and teachers because he was terrified that the one true worship of the Creator was about to be restored back into this earth. So what he do? Terrified and send forth false apostles, false teachers, false prophets, who should speak indeed in the name of Messiah, but should accomplish the will of the demon. Who is that? Who is that? Now, this is how you figure out a false apostle. Surgical with it. We not playing no game. Surgical. How you know? How you know? And to this day, why ain't nobody stepped up or even tried to debate us concerning this? You know what I mean? Was Paul a true apostle or a false one? All right. If you got the testicular fortitude of a squirrel and want to shoot that out, you better come with it. You better come with it. You understand? We got stuff we bring out that mainstream Hebrews will never bring out. Never bring out. So you better come with it. Like I'm talking about, we use Bible and everything else. Easy work. We can use Paul's letters to prove what we talking about. Look at this. So false apostles. Look at this. So observe the greatest caution, that you believe no teacher, unless he bring from Jerusalem the testimonial of Yaakov, James, Yeshua's brother. Bag drop. Class over. Class over. If he ain't stamped valid by James, you ain't supposed to receive him. And James gave letters of recommendation about Paul and Barnabas, said they supposed to teach this. And Paul didn't teach it. He wasn't teaching what he was commanded to teach. He started doing his own thing. So this is Peter saying, so observe the greatest caution, that you believe no teacher unless he bring from Jerusalem the testimonial of James, Jesus's brother, or the testimonial of Yaakov, Yeshua's brother, or of who, my bad, y'all. Let me move this side, man. I want to make sure this is big enough for everybody to see. There we go. Right there. Right in your face with it. So observe the greatest caution, that you believe no teacher unless he bring from Jerusalem the testimony of Yaakov, Yeshua's brother, or of whosoever may come after him. For no one, y'all heard this, for no one, unless he has gone up there, and there has been approved as a fit and faithful teacher for preaching the word of Mashiach, unless I say he brings a testimonial thence, is by any means to be received. You already been warned. Paul is not to be received. Paul is not an apostle, for one, and two, what he was told to teach, he didn't teach. He was totally against it. And the men who were running this movement. So it sounded like Paul's original mission to destroy the Nazarene movement by force, he did with information. He did. He infiltrated. I mean, after all, he got the whole Roman Empire backing him. What you mean? He infiltrated. And when the dust settled, man, that's crazy. Rome go with their boy. That's why you don't even hear about this. But you know what surprised me is when I be listening to like Yale, like the online Yale classes. Those are free. Now you want to hear what the scholars are talking about? Go to Yale free online classes on YouTube. Yale classes online, something like that. Right? And then look at go to the playlist for the studies of the Old Testament and the New Testament. It'll blow your mind what these scholars are saying. And they got all this. What I'm reading, they like, oh yeah, according to the Clementine homilies, the recognitions of Clement. Oh, according to the Gospel of the Hebrews, I'm like, good night. What is we talking about? Here we go arguing on Sinetta TV or wherever we at arguing. When the scholars already, that's what I'm saying. Like, ain't none of them ready. I don't care if you're talking about Black Jesus minister. I don't care if you're talking about Apostle to Zaryak. Ain't damn one of them boys ready for what we talking about. None of them. Ain't none of them ready. Y'all get smoked out here. You dig? I'm talking about from every angle it's covered. Every angle is covered. We can deal with the Bible and show you Paul false. And then when we bring out everything else, good night. That's all I'm saying. Like, all y'all will get smoked when it comes to this. Was Paul a true apostle or false? An apostle or an apostate? You dig? What we got hanging over his head, bet not one of y'all take that debate. But bet damn one of y'all take that. You understand? It'll be a problem. Real talk. And we with spiritual wages. Like, we're going to put a wage on the line for this one. And whoever wrong got to shut their YouTube channel down. Can't teach no more. And become a student of whoever wins or something. We got to come up with a spiritual wager if we going to do this. I ain't doing it just to lip wrestle. Let's go ahead and put something on the line. You know what I mean? Just put it on the line and get it done. Period, point blank in the story. All right? And look at this right here. It says, But neither, no, I'm read it again. It said right here, for no one unless he has gone up thither, JJ another one, JJ the drunk. For no one unless he has gone up thither and there has been approved as a fit and faithful teacher for preaching the word of Mashiach, unless I say he brings a testimonial thence, is by any means to be received. Paul is not to be received. Because when he went up to Jerusalem and was given the letters of recommendation and was given mandates to teach, he didn't teach it. He's not to be received. But neither let prophet nor apostle be looked for by you at this time besides us, besides the 12. For there is one prophet of truth, NehemiYAH, whose words we 12 apostles preach. For he is the accepted year of the Creator, having us apostles as his 12 months. What you doing looking for somebody else? Who is Paul, the 13th apostle? What are we talking about here? Oh, we're talking about some Paul. And a lot of y'all don't realize that's who your Messiah is Paul. You're following Paul. You understand? But Paul was an op, meaning he was working with the other side. He was connected. He was connected from the high priest all the way up to the imperial courts in Rome. This boy was connected. Look at this. And it's and Peter's saying, for he is the accepted year of Creator, having us apostles as his 12 months. Paul, that's how close the apostles are to the Messiah. He's looked at as the year, and the apostles are looked at as the 12 months. So yeah, when you study the Messiah and his apostle, yeah, there's cosmological understandings and metaphysical understandings to be had out of all of it, just like with Jacob and the 12 tribes. You're better off looking at the Bible like through mind science and metaphysics, spiritual lens, than taking it too literal. You're gonna hurt yourself. But for what reason the world itself was made, or what diversities have occurred in it, and why our master coming for its restoration has chosen us and sent us 12 apostles, will be explained more at length at another time. Meantime, he commands us to go forth to preach and to invite you to the supper of the heavenly King, which the Father, Creator, has prepared for the marriage of his Son, and that we should give you wedding garments. That is the favor of mikvah, baptism, immersion, which whosoever obtains the spotless robe with which he is to enter to the supper of the King ought to beware that it be not in any part of it stained with sin, and so he be rejected as unworthy reprobate. So I found that interesting that Satan has sent false apostles into the world because he failed at tempting Messiah. All right, and unless an apostle has went to Jerusalem and received a testimonial from James the just, Yeshua's brother, he is not to be received nor to look for. Real talk. That's real rap right there. You see? So we show it in the Bible, and we show it, in other sources that we have. Is real easy. It ain't hard to, prove what we talking about. Just people don't want to deal with it. I remember the order was to abstain from meats offered to idols. That was one of the orders that James gave Paul to teach, right? Everybody knows this. Let's go see if Peter taught that. Let's go see if Peter or Kepha understood what the meats offered to idols are. And then let's go see if Paul taught it and understood it. All right, because remember, Paul says if you teach a different gospel to me, you're damned, you're cursed. I think it's clear by now that Peter and Paul, or James and Paul, taught different doctrines. They didn't teach the same gospel. They didn't. I know that makes a lot of people mad. You probably spilled your coffee and everything, but I'm saying don't talk about it, be about it. Set this up. You did. Shit, send us to SALOM. I'll box them boys up free. It'll be over in a nanosecond. Send us to SALOM. I'll box these boys up for free. All of them. Line them all up. Black Jesus Minister, Pastor Bennett, to YAH'K, Apostle, JJ. Line them all up. And put me on there. Put me on there. You dig? Let me present what I'm talking about. Put me in the hot seat and let all them ask their questions. I'll smoke them boys. Easy work. Easy work. All right, the golden rule. Man, look, it's no praise to me. It's all praise to the Creator. I'm just saying, it ain't nothing to get done. You dig? That's why you think Israel quiet when it come to me. It's quiet. Don't nobody. They was hoping I just go away. You know what I mean? But man, ain't none of them cats talking about nothing. I've been calling these cats out for close to 2 years. Not who I just named, but because it's plenty of other Israelites out here. But anybody who's been familiar with what we've been teaching for the past close to 2 years, I've been called everybody out that had a problem with me. Them cats I just named to be on side netter, who everybody thinks so cold, biblically speaking, they'll get smoked. They'll get smoked. Send this to side netter and tell them I'll smoke every last one of them. Line every last one of them up. Every last one of them up. Easy. You did. Was Paul a true apostle or an apostate? We'll get it done. Easy work. All right, the golden rule. Now remember, it went out. James stood up, gave the judgment. James is the bishop. He said and commanded and gave mandates that they are to abstain from meats offered to idols. Let's read what that is. This is Peter. All right, this is Peter in the Nazarene Acts. Homily 7, chapter 4. Wherefore, as then you were deceived by the forerunner Simon, and so became dead in your souls to God. Now remember, Peter in the Nazarene Acts is battling a cat named Simon Magus. Scholarly consensus among some scholars is Simon Magus is just another name for Paul, Saul of Tarsus. Saul of Tarsus. Look at this. Wherefore, as then ye were deceived by the forerunner Simon, and so became dead in your souls to God, and were smitten in your bodies. So now if you repent, as I said, and submit to those things which are well pleasing to God, you may get new strength to your bodies and recover your soul's health. Look at this. Huh? Yeah. This is all about health. Purity of body. Yeah, Jack, is what it is. Huh? And the things which are well pleasing to Creator are these: to pray to him, to ask from him, recognizing that he is the giver of all things and gives with discriminating law, to abstain from the table of devils, not to taste dead flesh. What are we talking about here? Peter understood what the meats are that are offered to idols, y'all, not to taste dead flesh. So, dumb this down so y'all can see the word flesh. What are we talking about? Over here arguing, lip wrestling with everybody. What is we even talking about here? Like what we saying is so evil. Hold on, y'all. Dang, this deal is shredded. Here we go. Computer be jamming up, son. All right. A little more and we good. All right. Read again. It says, and the things which are well pleasing to God are these: to pray to him, to ask from him, recognizing that he is the giver of all things and gives with discriminating law, to abstain from the table of devils, not to taste dead flesh, not to taste dead flesh. That ribeye steak is dead flesh, buddy. That Popeye chicken sandwich is dead flesh, buddy. To abstain from the table of devils, not to taste dead flesh, not to touch blood, and to be washed from all pollution. You see this? And the rest in one word is the God-fearing Yahudim have heard. Do you also hear? And be of one mind in many bodies. Let each man be minded to do to his neighbor those good things he wishes for himself. So it's the same understanding from the Nazarene scene literature to the Old Gospel. It's the Creator only, right? And do good to your neighbors as you want done to you, and what? Work on purity of that body, that health. That health is important. right? Your health. See, once you understand that, you know, what charges your blood charges your spirit. Everything you eat enters your bloodstream. Everything. And what charges your blood charges your spirit. All right. Dietary law is directly connected to spiritual ascension and spiritual progression. Facts. 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 All right. No fish either. No fish either. That's flesh. But look at this. It says, like right here. And you may all find out what is good by holding some such conversation as the following with yourselves. You would not like to be murdered. Do not murder another man. You would not like your wife to be seduced by another. Do not commit adultery. You would not like any of your things to be stolen from you. Steal nothing from another. And so understanding by yourself what is reasonable and doing it, you will become dear to Creator and will obtain what? Healing. 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 This is about healing, y'all. Charges your blood, charges your spirit. Look at this. Otherwise, in the life which now is, your bodies will be tormented. All type of doses, all type of inflammation, all type of sicknesses and diseases that are food-borne, y'all. You know what I mean? Look at it. And in that which is to come, your souls will be punished. Let's go over to chapter 8. Show y'all something. Second witness. Talking about meats, abstain from meats offered to idols, right? It's right here. Peter said part of that is not to taste dead flesh. Right? Stay away from them tables of devils. Abstain from the table of devils. Service of God's appointment. Nazarene Acts, Homilies 7, chapter 8. And this is the service he has appointed, to worship him only. Create a gang, baby. To worship him only and trust only in the prophet of truth, and to be baptized for the remission of sins. And thus by this pure baptism to be born again unto God by saving water. Look at this. To abstain from the table of devils. That is, from food offered to idols, from dead carcasses. What are we talking about, family? What are we talking about? Huh? The table of devils is the food offered to idols, and that's the dead flesh. That's what we're talking about. And James commanded Paul to teach that. Peter was teaching it. Was Paul teaching it, though? And why not? Maybe he thought it wasn't that serious. Maybe he thought that he could do better. Maybe you think that diet has nothing to do with your spiritual progression. I beg to differ. Peter in here talking about health. From dead carcasses, from animals which have been suffocated or caught by wild beasts, and from blood. Don't taste dead flesh. Stay away from them dead carcasses. That is the flesh or the meat that's offered to idols, especially in this day. You ain't got no priest, no temple. You ain't got no provisions needed at all to even lawfully put it in your mouth. You dig? And that's if you go by the laws of the flesh. I don't go by the laws of the flesh. That's not even binding upon me because I don't even eat it. I don't chew on animals. You know what I mean? But if you are and claim you keeping Torah, then that's contingent upon it being processed, slain, and butchered according how the law says. If it ain't done like that, then it is considered offered to devils. Look that devils up, it mean a goat idol, Baphomet, Molech. Abstain from meats offered to idols. Peter knew what it was. Surely Paul knew what it was, but he ain't teaching. Not to live any longer impurely, to wash after intercourse, that the woman on their part should keep the law of purification. Absolutely. And that's natural. You naturally do that. Well, you should. Or you say, pass me the wet towel. That all should be sober-minded, given the good works. Look at that. Refraining from wrongdoing, looking for eternal life from the all-powerful God and asking with prayer and continuous supplication that they may win it. Such was Peter's counsel to the men of Sidon also. In a few days, many repented, believed, and were what? Healed. Healed. And Peter, having founded a church and set over it as a bishop, one of the elders who were with him left Sidon. Notice he said a bishop, but not an apostle. Because the apostles had to be there from the beginning of Yahshua's ministry to the point he was taken up. The whole time he was coming in and out from amongst them. Peter ain't ordaining more apostles. Paul out there, for one, he ain't no apostle, and he's ordaining apostles. He's doing his own thing. No, the only apostles were the 12. And when Judas failed, a lot fell on Matthias. Those are the only apostles. There are no apostles today. Whoever claiming to be an apostle is false. Period, point blank in the story. Oh, you see this? Peter understood what the meat offered to idols, abstaining from meats offered to idols. He understood what that is. All right? He understood what it is. And that goes into a certain way in which it is slain. All right? If it ain't slain by like the way it's supposed to be, then it is a problem. Now watch this. Let's go over here. Let's go see if that's what Paul was on. 1 Corinthians 10. You know, he'll speak a certain, he'll say you can't eat from the table of the Lord and the table of devils, and then turn around and tell you eat whatever is sold at the meat market. Come on, like what is you double talking? And that's what James said. A double-minded man is what? Unstable in all his ways. James was talking about Paul. Talking about the man who couldn't bridle his tongue, his religion is vain. He was talking about Paul, y'all. He wasn't talking about Malachi Maccabee in 2022. Paul was the one that had the problem. Paul was the one that came in doing his own thing. Peter even said, if you learn from the Messiah, then you will love us. And your vision would align with what he taught us. Everybody admitting James is the bishop. Even Paul admit he's the apostle. But then Paul started doing his own thing. Which side of the war were you for? To me, it just makes more sense that those who knew him laughed with him, hugged on him, learned from him. You did? Ate with him, was around him his whole life. And even the apostles that came later in his life knew him better than the man that never knew him. What are we talking about? Is that hard to understand? Then we find out more about this cat. This cat tried to kill James and all that. This nigga was ruthless. And even after his conversion, he's still throwing bros up under the bus. He cursing them. He's saying he's lying on Peter, saying Peter lived like a Gentile. He's lawless. He's saying that they had a secret meeting to where he would go to the uncircumcised and they would only go to the circumcised. Another lie. That wasn't in Acts. He said that nothing else was added to him. That's a lie. You was told to abstain from meats offered to idols, from things strangled, from blood and fornication. He did. He said, whoever the leaders of the church, whoever they seem to be, it makes no difference to me. He was in opposition with them. And that's off his own letters. He did. Now, let's get into what Paul thought about the food. Double-minded. Look at this. But I say that the things with the Gentiles sacrifice, they sacrifice to devils and not to God. And I would not that you should have fellowship with devils. Really? You cannot drink the cup of the Lord and the cup of devils. You cannot be partaker of the Lord's table and the table of devils. Do we provoke the Lord to jealousy? Are we stronger than he? All things are lawful for me, but all things are not expedient. All things are lawful for me, but all things edify not. So either everything is lawful for you, or he's saying everything is lawful for him according to the Torah. You know what I mean? Hold on one second, y'all. My bad, y'all. Little jumpers over here tripping. So all things are lawful for me, but all things are not expedient. So either he's saying everything is lawful, period, which is false. Of course not. Or maybe he's saying all things that are lawful in the Torah are lawful for me, but everything is not expedient. I'll give him that. All things are lawful for me, but all things edify not. Let no man seek his own, but every man another's wealth. So look out for others. Look at this, 25. Whatsoever is sold in the shambles, that eat, asking no questions for conscience sake. James didn't tell you to teach that. Whatsoever is sold in the shambles? Where is that in the Torah? Remember, Paul says if you teach something opposite of what he's teaching or another gospel than what he is teaching, you're cursed. My question is, when was he told to teach you can eat whatever sold at the grocery store? And where is this in the Torah? Look at it. Whatsoever is sold in the shambles, that eat, asking no questions for conscience sake. Where was he told that? When was he told to teach that, and by whom? And where is that in the Torah? So this is his response to what he was told to teach. Nah, y'all good. You can eat whatever sold in shambles. And don't even ask no questions for conscience sake. So even if your conscience is like, nah, that's wrong. Don't even listen to that. Watch this. Go to a different Bible. So y'all don't think I'm making this stuff up, boy. NLT. Look what Paul is saying in 1 Corinthians 10. So you may eat any meat that is sold in the marketplace without raising questions of conscience. That is what he was not told to teach that. And that's nowhere in the Torah that you can eat whatever. And even if, and don't even ask no questions if your conscience is convicting you over it. Where is that at in the Torah? Where are we reading this in? Look, eat anything sold in the meat market without raising questions of conscience, because your conscience is going to burn you and convict you, because you know good and well there are things that are not meant to be consumed, including animals. Animals are not meant to be consumed. If you are consuming animals and you claim you believe living by and keeping Torah, then you got to go by the laws that have to do with slaughtering that animal. What are you doing with the blood? Are you pouring the blood out in the dust and covering the blood over with the dust? Are you bringing the slain beast to the doorway of the tabernacle? Is the blood, flesh, and the fat and the organs of that beast, is that burned on the altar for a sweet smelling savor? Because if it's not done like that, you're guilty of murder. You stand in jeopardy of being cut off. And it's offered to devils. That's Leviticus 7, 1 through 7 and verse 13. Jump over to Leviticus 7, 11 through 18. Bag drop. And that dead flesh you chewing on can't be no older than 2 days. Most of us got deep freezers full of flesh and meat that's been in there well over a year. Talking about you throwing a righteous feast. Stop it. No, you not. That feast is damnable. What are you talking about? So you may eat any meat that is sold in the marketplace without raising questions of conscience. Eat anything sold in the market without raising questions of conscience. Eat whatever is sold in the meat market without raising any question on the ground of conscience. Eat everything. Oh, no. Oh, no. Eat everything that is sold in the meat market. That's gator and everything, y'all, without raising questions for the sake of conscience. What are we even talking about? What are we even talking about? Paul was doing his own thing, man. He was doing his own thing. He didn't teach that to abstain from meats offered to idols, how Peter taught. He didn't teach that. He didn't teach what James told him to teach. He just said you can't sit at the table of the Lord and the table of the devil. Okay, that sounds good. That's right. That's true. But then he allowed you to eat the dead flesh. Come on, man. Stop there. And telling you can go to the grocery store and eat whatever is in there. Y'all, everybody knows that's nowhere in the Torah. Nowhere in the Torah does it say you can eat whatever is in the store. Stop it. Nor is this what James and Peter and them agreed to teach. So now we have Paul doing his own thing. Now we know who he's cursing. Now we know who teaches another gospel other than his. You see, look at this. For the earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof. Now, when you get down here, verse 28. But if any man say unto you, this is offered in sacrifice unto idols, eat not for the sake that showed it, and for conscience sake. For the earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof. So according to Paul, it's offered to an idol when somebody tells you it's offered to an idol. That ain't what the Torah says. It being offered to an idol has everything to do with how it was prepared and slaughtered. And certain elements of that animal, or certain body parts or organs of the animal, including the head, had to be placed on the altar. If it's not done like that, if the Levitical priest can't do the ritual to it, then it's considered offered to devils anyway. And that's if you're going by the laws of the flesh. You know what I mean? Look at that. So when it comes down to the idols, the food offered to idols, he say you can eat whatever you want to eat, but if they tell you it's offered to an idol, don't eat it for the sake of him that's serving you the food. Not for the sake of, look, that's against the Creator. We ain't supposed to be doing that anyway, chewing on the back of a chicken. We ain't supposed to be doing that. Paul was compromised, man. Paul was working for something else. A lot of people don't want to deal with that. A lot of people don't want to deal with that. You know what I mean? Paul was in opposition. Paul was an op. Paul was a Herodian. Look at this. I know a lot of y'all think we be playing games. All right. There's Paul in the Romans. Okay. Right here. Salute Herodian. My kinsmen. Greet them that be of the household of Narcissus. Wow. Which are in the Lord. So he's saying that the Herodians is related to him. Salute Herodian, my kinsman. What is a kin? Paul is related to the Herods, who are directly connected to the imperial courts in Rome. That's why Paul got citizenship. Paul was a Roman citizen. No, none of the apostles had Roman citizenship but Paul. Well, all of Herod's family was given Roman citizenship. You know what I mean? Back during the times of Antipater, I think that was Herod the Great's father, and Julius Caesar. He actually saved him. He did, and the reward for saving him was your entire family. All those related to you, blood related to you, are citizens. You know what I mean? Like none of the Israelites had a Roman citizenship except this nigga Paul, man. Like, don't nobody even trip off that. Like, what Israelites were walking around with a Roman citizenship? Only those who were politically aligned with Rome. That's it. You had to, matter of fact, not even just politically aligned, you had to be part of a certain bloodline to become a Roman citizen if you was an Israelite. Paul is related to the Herods. What is?
Strong's G 4773. Sumgenes.
Man, Paul telling himself, kinsman, cousin, kinfolk, are the same kin, a kin related by what? Blood. Relative, blood. By extension, fellow countrymen, cousin, kinfolk, kinsmen. So when Paul's saying Herod, he's saying he blood related, y'all. That's Romans 16:11, Matthew. That's Romans 16:11. I mean, it's family. Now, trip off this. The same Herods The same Herods who attempted to kill Messiah when he was born. The same Herods who attempted to kill John the Baptist when he was born. The same Herods who had John the Baptist's head cut off. The same Herod, that same family. You mean to tell me Paul, out of any family in the world he could be related to, he related to Herod and them? Huh? Who are the tax collectors for the Roman Empire, who rule ancient Israel with a rod of iron. You related to them? You related to them? Look at this. He said Herod is kinsman. Hold on. Hold on. So I heard, so then I started hearing people saying, yeah, well, that don't mean that kinsman probably just mean, because they Romans and he a Roman too. Watch this. Watch this. Surgical with it. We gonna learn to stop saying stuff that don't make sense. Okay? We gonna learn that. This right here. Told y'all we surgical with it. Surgical with it. Y'all go out and get this. I go out and get that. All right. Parallel New Testament includes authors' Syriac footnotes. So this right here, y'all, is I got this. I was doing my research a while back. I was like, man, I gotta get that. So there are three. This is a parallel New Testament with 3 translations of the New Testament side by side. We're gonna go to Romans 16:11. All right. All right. See what it says? Comparing 3 popular translations in parallel columns. All right. The English translation of the Peshitta. All right. New Testament translation from the Syriac Peshitta. New Testament translation according to the Eastern text. James W. Etheridge, J.W. Etheridge, James Murdoch, and George M. Lamsa. All right. Go get this parallel New Testament. It'll blow your mind. All right. And then try to match it up to the KJV. You got to blow your mind. And all these are older versions than the KJV that you have. Now watch this. Let's go to Romans 16:11. This is my actual book. That's why it looked like that. All right. Let's go to Romans 16:11. I can hear Nick Rose now. Oh, that don't mean that. Ooh-wee. 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 Romans 16:11. You see Romans 16 at the top, right? See this verse 11 right here? It says, what that say right there? That's my highlight. As for the peace of Herodian, my relative. My relative. My relative. That boy was an op, boy. That boy was an op. And he was showing it before his so-called conversion and even after it. All right. The Herodian plot to destroy the Nazarene faith. And they used Paul to do it. All right. Later accusing him of being a Nazarene. Stop it. Stop it. He's an op. When you go get the parallel New Testament, that deal say, as the peace of Herodian, my relative. My relative. Wow. All right. The other one say, salute Herodian, my kinsman. That's what salute means. As for the peace of. Salute Herodian, my kinsman. All right. But this one right here say, my relative. Yeah, he blood related, Jack. Paul blood related. Blood related. You see that? Ooh, wee boy. Ooh, wee boy. I know somebody pissed. Somebody God didn't fail. You be all right. You be all right. Let me let that down right there. Again, that was the parallel New Testament. If y'all don't got it, go ahead and get that there. All right, get that. Check it out. You know what I mean? Highlight it on up. Get it done. All right. Okay, we're 2 hours in. We good bread. All right, let's keep going though. Let's keep going. All right, so we got the parallel New Testament out the way. All right. We done read out the homilies for sure. All right, see what Paul over here on op status. All right, another good source to get for any of this, y'all, is this right here. I would advise y'all to get this. This is very, very. And he used a lot of Paul's letters to prove his point. It's an excellent read, right? I got all 2 volumes under one cover, then I got them separated too. All right, that's Professor Robert Eisenman, James, the brother of Jesus, and the Dead Sea Scrolls, Volume 1. The historical James, Paul, the enemy, and Jesus' brothers as apostles. It's a lot of stuff that's happening right in front of your face. You dig? You don't even realize like what really happened. You dig? What Rome did to the movement, and man, you be like, man, hold on. Here we go, 2,000 years later, sorting all this stuff out. But the evidence is overwhelming. All right, that's a good one. My next class, I'll go back into this because there's a gang of stuff we need to go into. Now, he shows that these brothers was what? These brothers was plant-based. They wasn't eating on no flesh or none of that. And he's a professor. He's a professor. You know what I mean? Robert Eisenman. Check him out. He got a gang of videos too on whatchamacallit. Gang of videos on YouTube. All right, so Paul related to the Herodians. The same Herodians who were against the Nazarene movement. Same Herodians who killed James. You understand? Same Herodians. Same Herodians who killed Messiah's other brothers and them, Simeon, Bar, and all them brothers that was supposed to take over. Yeah, the Herods, the Romans. You understand? The imperial courts, the Flavians, Flavius Josephus, and all that. Like, you gotta like look at what you reading and be like, boy, I see the hand in all this. It's look, you think it's a coinky dink that the only history that you have that survived from the 1st century Palestine is Josephus and Philo. And now you got fragmented Dead Sea Scrolls that came out in 1948. All your stuff was burnt, or all your stuff is in the catacombs. And when the dust settled after Jerusalem fall, all your literature, rabbinical literature, Christian literature, if you want to call it that, all of it's coming out of Rome in a foreign language. All right? That Flavian court didn't just inspire what you call the New Testament. You understand? A lot of that rabbinical Judaism, you understand, was controlled from there too, because they was controlling the literature. Who got the printing presses? Or who had the formal education to compose any literature in Greek? Brothers may have taught Greek, you know what I mean? But they wasn't educated in it. But I'm short-legged, boy, you already know. Serious problem. Oh, my bad. Let me pull this back up, y'all. Bang, bang, bang. All right. Hold on. Stop sharing for a little taste. That boy Paul, boy. That boy Paul. Niggas related. Bloodline related. But you think it's a coincidence the only history you really got is Philo, Flavius, you said, who both were part of the imperial courts in Rome. And both were connected to the Herodians, as was Paul. You think that's a coincidence? All you got is that? And some fragmented Dead Sea Scrolls? Got the scrolls? I mean, it's Giza Vermes translation, but, you know, we got the scrolls, stuff fragmented. Good read. Right? All your literature was being controlled, coming out of Rome. All of it. So we can kill the whole white man argument. All the stuff you got done came out of Rome, censored and edited. You see what I'm saying? That's just the truth, man. All right, watch this. All right, we did that. Bang. Yeah, Paul, man, Paul is straight related. But I want to go into when I get a chance on the next vid. I want to go into the Robert Eisenman's book though. Y'all gonna like that because he historically starts slicing certain things. Like, hold on, some of this ain't making sense. And he started putting it all together using the scriptures. Dang, look at that. Dang, that dude say that this Paul was straight tripping hard. All right, watch this right here. Bang. I read that Paul said you can eat whatever, even gator meat. We did that. Look, let's go over here. Let's show y'all. Let's go to Revelation. All right. Matter of fact, show y'all this. Yeah, man, boy, Paul was highly compromised. Hey, but when the dust settled, man, his doctrine was the one that was picked. You know, man. Right here. Show y'all. Right, and then when you're dealing with the Nazarenes and the Saints, it's more peaceful, man. And them brothers wasn't with the warfare. They wasn't with the chewing on the back of chickens. Look, they kept Passover and everything different. See what I'm saying? Like they would, because everybody didn't view the Torah the same way. So everybody moved in politics differently when it came to the Torah. It's the same way as in today. All right. That's why they were working on getting their numbers up so that their perspective could be heard amongst the Sanhedrin and all that. See what I'm saying? Now look at this. Sanhedrin is the supreme courts that was in Israel. All right, now watch this. I'll show y'all something. He did create a gang in the building. I see y'all family. Bless up. Bless up. All right. Bang. Let's go to Revelation. Show y'all something. Now see this. Message to the 7 churches. John, to the 7 churches which are in where? Asia. All right, we know this is Asia Minor, modern Turkey today, up in that area. All right, this ain't over in China nowhere. It's up like it's really like Turkey. All right, grace be unto you and peace from him which is and which was and which is to come, and from the 7 spirits which are before his throne. So this right here specifically is going to the 7 assemblies that are in Asia. Right. Let's go over to chapter 2. I want to show that. Let's go to chapter 2. All right, Revelation 2. All right, verse 1. Guess where one of them churches in Asia are? Ephesus. All them spots Paul was going to, that was in Asia, y'all. Asia. That's where he was at. All right, Ephesus. Look at this. Unto the angel of the church of Ephesus write, these things saith he that holdeth the 7 stars in his right hand, who walketh in the midst of the 7 golden candlesticks. I know your works and your labor and your patience, and how you cannot bear them which are evil, and you have tried them which say they are apostles and are not, and have found them liars. Well, hell, who was dealing with the Ephesians claiming to be an apostle and wasn't an apostle? Remember, to be an apostle, you had to have been a witness of the immersion of Yahshua and his resurrection. You had to have been around the whole crew while he was going in and out amongst them. And that's the curriculum or the criteria. And if you don't meet that, you're not an apostle. You could be a student of one of them. There's other titles you can take on, but you're not an apostle. So who was dealing with the Ephesians? Dealing with the assembly in Ephesus, claiming to be an apostle and wasn't. Could this possibly be Paul and his boys? Wow. Okay, well, let's go see. Let's drop that. Drop that. Let's see if everything was all good for the form. Let's see. All right, back to Ephesians. Go to Ephesians. Ephesians 1:1 first. Watch this. Paul claimed he an apostle. Wow. Claim they are apostles and are not and are liars. Look, we didn't find out he been lying. He was lying on Peter and them, wouldn't he? He lying on Peter, James, all of them. In his own letters, y'all. We ain't making this up. He lying on them. He claiming wasn't nothing else added to him. Right? He claimed he pumped Peter and checked him. Said he was living like a heathen, lawless, cursed him. Anybody teaching opposite of him is cursed, according to him. Truth. Now look at this. Ephesians. How does Paul announce himself? How does Paul announce himself? Paul, an apostle of Jesus Christ, by the will of God, to the saints which are at where? Ephesus, and to the faithful in Christ Jesus. Do y'all hear this? All right, well, who were the false apostles? Tried them who said they are apostles and are not and are liars. This is Paul and his crew. Now watch this. Eventually, now remember, Ephesus is in Asia, but eventually, Paul falls out. All right, 1 Corinthians 15:32. Showing you. Watch this. Off his own lips, it all went bad for him at Ephesus. Remember, you have tried those who say they are apostles and are not and are liars. Look at this, his own words. If after the manner of men, I have fought with beasts at Ephesus. It all fell out for him. Why? Because there were those in Ephesus who stood strong on the doctrine that Yahshua had through the apostles, or that the apostles was teaching that they got from Yahshua. So with them standing strong on that, guess what? The false apostles were called out. Paul and his crew. And he's admitting that what? He was fighting like why? He was fighting men after the manner of beasts at Ephesus. We just read in Revelation, they tried those who say they are apostles and are not. If after the manner of men I have fought with beasts at Ephesus, what advantage me if the dead rise not? Let us eat and drink, for tomorrow we die. He's admitting that what? He had a problem with the assembly in Ephesus. Revelation said that those in Ephesus tried those who said they were apostles and are not, and have found them to be liars. In order to be an apostle, you had to be a day one, like my ox say. You had to be a witness of the immersion and the ascension of Yahshua. If you not that, then you not an apostle. And we got them lying. Trip off this. I think it gets worse. Let's go to 1 Timothy. 1 Timothy. Remember, that's in Asia, right? You're not really reading Paul. Paul's not really being read. All right. 1 Timothy 1:15, probably. Hold up. I mean, it's Asia all over the Bible, too. A lot of people don't trip off this, especially in that Acts, boy. Right here, 2 Timothy 1:15. Look at this right here. Look at this right here. Bang. Let's say right there. And this is what he's telling Timothy. This thou knowest, that all they which are in Asia be turned away from me. You see this? All they which be in Asia be turned away from me. Because James and them was sending men behind Paul, correcting their madness. Paul taught opposite of the apostles. Indeed. And because the apostles were sending men, according to Paul, certain men sent by James, James was sending men to check him on his doctrine. Right? And that caused him to what? Fight with men after the manner of wild beasts. He telling Timothy, all in Asia done turned against me. But the message to the churches in Revelations are to whom? To the 7 assemblies were in Asia. They wasn't hearing that. The churches in Revelations wasn't rocking with Paul. Everybody in Asia turned against him. And these his own letters. You don't want to deal with that. See, in your mind, you think him and the apostles on one accord. Y'all, they wasn't. They wasn't at all. Right? And even off his own lips, he was fighting at Ephesus. Everybody in Asia turned against him. But the revelation in Revelations is to the churches in Asia. And the first church is Ephesus, where he said he was fighting with men after the manner of wild beasts. Why? Why does he have to defend his ministry? Why does he have to defend his doctrine? Why is there so much opposition? Because he was in opposition with the apostles, the disciples. It ain't a so good. It's not a so good Merry Christmas. Because I know somebody here listening to this like, dang, that dude say that. Paul started doing his own thing. And many Israelites and Christians follow Paul to this day unknown. That's who you follow. You following Paul, the man who did his own thing. Dang, good night. Where the big homie NehemiYAH is? NehemiYAH. Let me drop this link. Drop this in. Now, Philo actually was, he claims to be of Hebrew or Jewish descent, but he was connected with the Herods as well. The Herods was who? Idumeans. Look at the Galatian Hebrews. They going back at each other. Yep, Galatians and Paul Bateman. Galatians and the book of James. Back to back. All right. That's a link right there for anybody that want to come in and chop it up a little taste. Yeah. I'm about to pull up now. I'm about to pull up. Matter of fact, I'm going to play a little more of this video. And I'm about to pull up Paul's conversion accounts. Acts. Line it up. All right. Anybody want to come in? You can come on in and chop it up with the brethren. Hey, y'all. Emma, get with bro Caleb. Caleb trying to get off the flesh. Bro, that's bro Caleb from Chirac. He trying to get off the flesh. Emma, or tick for help the brother out. He trying to get off that flesh. No doubt. Salute you, Caleb. You and your house, bro. Leave that, know that. So I'm waiting on that. Let me pull up he's conversion. It's conversion with this cat, man. And then you can see we're gonna pull parallel, we're gonna retrieve multiple verses, and we're gonna look at them at the same time. And let's see if it line up. Wait. All right, bang. That's not do that one. Pull this. I'm about to multiple verse retrieve this deal. Y'all can see what we're talking about. All right, let's do Acts 22 next. I'm pulling them all up. All right, so let's line these deals up. See if y'all see the difference. Man, got you. So here, Acts 9. Okay, so we're going to go to Acts 9, 1 through 7. We're going to go to Acts 22, 6 through 11. Then we're going to go to Acts 26. Acts 26, and we're going to do around 12 to 15. 12 to 15. Let's show it. Let's pull it on up. Found them to be liars. Dang, Paul. Dang, little lawless Saulus. Little lawless Saulus. His name was Saul or Saulus. Lawless Saulus. Mikael, the battle axe. Agdino, blessings, King. All right, let me share this with y'all. Real quick, easy work. Easy work, easy work, easy work. All right. Now look at this. Let's go see. All right, let's go read about this conversion. All right, Acts 9, 1 through 7. And Saul. All right. It's all good. One of these days, Reginald Harvey, it's all good. And Saul, yet breathing out threatenings and slaughter against the disciples of the Lord, went unto the high priest and desired of him letters to Damascus, to the synagogues, that if he found any of this way, whether they were men or women, he might bring them bound into Jerusalem. And as he journeyed, he came near Damascus, and suddenly there shined round about him a light from heaven. And he fell to the earth and heard a voice saying to him, Saul, Saul, why persecutest thou me? And he said, who art thou, Lord? And he said, I am Jesus whom thou persecute. Is it hard for thee to kick against the pricks? And he, trembling and astonished, said, Lord, what wilt thou have me do? And the Lord said unto him, arise and go into the city, and it shall be told thee what thou must do. And the men which journeyed with him stood speechless, hearing a voice, but seeing no man. Remember that. People that were with him in Acts 9 heard a voice, didn't see a man. Remember that. Heard a voice, didn't see a man. 22, 6 through 11. And then it came to pass that as I made my journey and was come near to Damascus about noon, suddenly there shone from heaven a great light round about me. And I fell into the ground and heard a voice saying unto me, Saul, Saul, why persecutest thou me? And I answered, who art thou, Lord? He said unto me, I am Jesus of Nazarene, whom thou persecutest. And they that were with me saw indeed the light and were afraid, but they heard not the voice of him that spake to me. Hold on. Hold on. Hearing a voice, but seeing no man. And they that were with me saw indeed the light and were afraid, but they heard not the voice. Well, up here it says they heard the voice. They just didn't see a man. Right there. And the men which journeyed with him stood speechless, hearing a voice, but seeing no man. Right here, what does it say? Right here. Verse 9. It is right here. We got receipts, baby. And they that were with him indeed, and they that were with me saw indeed the light and were afraid, but they heard not the voice of him that spake to me. What difference do y'all see? Is this a difference or is this harmonizing? Does this harmonize or is it conflicting? All right, give me a 1 if it's harmony. Give me a 2 if it's conflict. See if y'all listen. 9 and 7 says, and the men which journeyed with him stood speechless, hearing a voice, seeing no man. Acts 22 and 9 says, and they that were with me saw indeed the light and were afraid, but they heard not the voice of him that spake to. Is this harmony or is this conflict? 1 for harmony, 2 for conflict. Let me see if y'all listen. All right, Acts 26. I see toes in the chat. Okay. And notice right here in Acts 9 and 7, also, the men that were with him are still standing. And the men which journeyed with him stood speechless, hearing a voice, seeing no man. Acts 9 and 7, Acts 22 and 9 says, and they that were with me indeed, and they that were with me saw indeed the light and were afraid, but they heard not the voice of him that spake. Acts 9 and 7 says they heard the voice. Acts 22 and 9 says they didn't hear the voice. All right. Acts 9 and 7 said the men that were with him were still standing. Now look at this. Acts 26. Acts 26, verse 13 and 14. Look at this. At midday, O king, I saw in the way a light from heaven above the brightness of the sun shining round about me, and them which journeyed with me. And when we were all fallen to the earth. Hold on. Acts 9 and 7 say that they stood speechless. Heard a voice, didn't see a man. Acts 22 and 9 says they didn't hear a voice. All right. And then Acts 26 and 13 and 14 saying they all fell to the ground. Shining round about me and them which journeyed with me. And when we were all fallen to the earth, I heard a voice speaking to me saying in the Hebrew tongue, Saul, Saul, why persecutest thou me? Is it hard for thee to kick against the pricks? So if you look at it, y'all, if you look at it, his accounts don't even match up. There are different details in the accounts of what he's talking. And then in Galatians, he just said that's when the Father revealed his son in me. I went into Arabia. He don't even bring up all that. Then he talked about when he finally went to Damascus, back to Damascus. But Acts 9 and 7 says what? Yeah, so we all on one page, one accord. Look at this. Acts 9 and 7. And the men which journeyed with me stood, so they didn't fall, stood speechless, hearing a voice, seeing no man. Right? They heard a voice, didn't see a man. Acts 22 and 9. Right here. And they that were with me saw indeed the light and were afraid, but they heard not the voice of him that spake to them. All right. So in Acts 9 and 7, they heard what Jesus supposedly said to Paul from heaven. Acts 22 and 9, they didn't hear a voice at all. They just saw the light. Acts 26 and 13 and 14, they all fell to the ground. The light encompassed them all. You see what I'm saying? And then he heard a voice speaking. So what I'm saying is his accounts don't even add up. The count don't add up. It's saying different things about this so-called conversion. That's all I'm saying. All right. And that's real easy to do. Acts 9 and 7, Acts 22 and 9. Right there. Just to keep it real simple. How is this the same? And one of them, they heard the voice and didn't see nobody. And the other one, they saw the light and didn't hear a voice. And one, they stood speechless. And one, they stood speechless. And the other one, they all fell to the ground. Houston, we got a problem. So even with that, you know what I mean? Like Paul ain't adding up even in his testimony that he has to claim he an apostle. Because the only, look, this right here, Acts 9, 1 through 7, Acts 22, 6 through 11, and Acts 26, 12 through 15, y'all, is Paul's whole claim to becoming an apostle. Without this, he can't even say he's an apostle. Without the revelation, he's not an apostle. But y'all, his revelation don't add up. It contradicts itself. On top of that, he was never an apostle anyway, based off the criteria. You see what I'm saying? So, and it's plenty more. There's plenty more I could hit. You know what I mean? It's plenty more I can hit. It's real easy to prove everything we're talking about. You know what I mean? But hey, yeah. One of y'all send this to Sarnetta. Tell them I line them all up. Black Jesus, Apostle, JJ the Drunk, Pastor Bennett, Yak, line them all up. Line them all up. I hit all they tops for free in one sit. I'm gonna give my presentation, then I'm gonna open up the lines. I'll sit in the hot seat and let these mealy mouth Negroes ask me whatever. And the topic is Paul a true apostle or false? Wait. Send that to Simon and tell them I hit all they tops for free. I hit all they tops for free in one sit. You dig? Real strategic with it. Enough time bad. All right, let me stop the screen, man. Some of y'all want to come on in? Come on in real quick. Chop it up with your brother. Chop it up with your brother before I get up out of here. Let me see. We done went all over and showed what we're talking about. And the Israelites that's familiar with what we saying, or even if they disagree, ain't none of them going to debate it. They know better. So the boys that be on Sarnetta ain't, you know what I mean? They ain't too familiar. So, you know what I mean? Yeah, look, I'm giving out L's. Put it that way. So whoever think they about that, I'm hitting tops for free. They line all of them up. One sit. I get my presentation, open up the phone lines, and we'll shut it all down. Even down to apostle today claiming he an apostle. According to the Bible, you're not an apostle, Jack. You're not. Paul wasn't either. That nigga was the op. Dig? That Negro was the op. Yeah, Cornell, you talking about the Genesis 9? Yeah, let's go look at that. I'll show you different. And see, even with the Nazarenes, everybody look at this different. But let me show you. Something about Noah. All right. And again, once you get on the high understanding, we understand that Noah and all that is cosmological. It's a cosmological principle. You know what I mean? More than it's a literal man. And that makes more sense. You can explain it better like that. You dig? But for the sake of what it says in the scriptures, let's deal with it. All right. Let's deal with it. Just look at it. If you say, Mikael, give them free. I'm handing out. I'm handing out L's. Tell them I'm handing out free caskets. Tell Sarnetta Maccabee handing out free caskets for anybody that think Paul was a true apostle. Free caskets. Live on Sarnetta. It's all good. Let's get it. All right, let's show this. Bro, got an excellent question. All right. Then I'm going to get on up out of here. All right. Again, if you're going by the biblical narrative of Noah being an actual man, then, but still, let's deal with it. All right, because nobody agrees on this either. You know what I mean? How we all got the same precepts and different understandings and arguing with the next man about what they teaching is wrong. Yep. Years ago, didn't I, Reg? My brother. It's all good, HICKMAN. All right, now look at this right here. All right, so look, this is one perspective on Genesis 9. All right, because it all come down to the food. Everybody want to find reasons to eat and chew on the back of an animal. Look at this. Genesis 9:1. And God blessed Noah and his sons and said unto them, be fruitful, multiply, and replenish the earth. All right, now, the same thing was said in Genesis 1 if we dealing with Adam. So either this is a retelling of what Adam was told, because remember, the earth is starting over according to the biblical narrative, or is Noah being told something different? Look at it. Verse 2. And the fear of you and the dread of you shall be upon every beast of the earth, and upon every fowl of the earth, upon all that moveth upon the earth, and upon all the fishes of the sea. Into your hand are they delivered. So the Negro look at that and say, see, we got the right to chew on them. That didn't say nothing about chewing. That just simply said have dominion in the earth, just like what was told to Adam. Again, either this is a reason, the same thing was told to Adam, if you're going by the biblical narrative, was told to Noah. This is just one perspective that we bring to the table. So either the same thing was told to Adam and is being repeated to Noah, or because the dread of, what it says, and the dread of you shall be upon every beast of the earth, and upon every fowl of the air, and upon all that moved upon the earth, and upon all the fishes of the sea. Into your hand they are delivered. Either that's the same thing he told Adam, to be fruitful, multiply, and have dominion in this earth. Didn't say nothing about you on them. Look at this. Every moving thing that lives shall be meat for you. So either we saying every, meaning mankind is an organism that moves. Right? It's the God telling Noah that cannibalism is in. Every moving thing that liveth shall be meat for you. There's just a problem. By the time that ribeye steak or that lamb get on your plate, it's not living. It's dead. This is talking about living food that's alive. And because it's alive, it moves. Every moving thing that lives shall be meat or food for you. And then he compares it. Even as the green herb have I given you all things. Because the green herb is what? A living food, living plant. You dig? You don't got to kill it for it to get on your plate or within you. You ain't got to kill none of that. You dig? And that's why verse 4 says, but flesh with the life thereof, which is the blood thereof, shall ye not eat. So some people look at this as if it's the very same thing that was told to Adam is being told to Noah. And if we're going to say every moving thing that lives shall be meat, meaning you got a right to eat a pig, you got a right to eat a hyena, you even got a right to eat a man. If we're going to say that's what that means, then by the time that gets to your plate, it's not alive, it's dead. So maybe this is talking about the living food you're supposed to be eating, such as the fruits, the plants, and the grains. And the key to it is verse 4. But flesh with the life. But flesh with the life thereof. The life of flesh is blood. Shall ye not eat? But flesh with the life thereof. Every animal that's on your plate eating was flesh that had life in it at first. Which is blood thereof shall ye not eat. Verse 5. And surely your blood of your lives will I require. At the hand of every beast will I require. And at the hand of man, at the hand of every man's brother, will I require the life of man. That letting you know that eating the beast, there's a judgment behind it. And surely your blood of your lives will I require. At the hand of every beast will I require it. And at the hand of man, at the hand of every man's brother, will I require the life of man. Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee. You see that? Now, look, that's interesting. Cosmom Cal say, Bible say he ate fish, talking about Mashiach. It did. Let's look at the Nazarene literature, though. YAH'KI. Let me show you what's going on. So you can see. The gospel say something totally different. Let me show you that real quick. Salute to the God. It's all good. Cornell Davis, thank you, man. All praise to the Most High, bro. You know, all good. Let's go show y'all in the Nazarene literature about this damn eating sushi in the wilderness. Because that's what you got to be saying. If you believe that the miracle was, if you think the miracle was sushi and biscuits in the wilderness. So they was eating on raw fish in the wilderness, in the desert. No, nobody said it was raw. Oh, so it was cooked? Oh, the miracle was he produced cooked, fried fish and biscuits in the wilderness. For those that know, that fish, all that was added later. You did? Because again, in order for you to chew on the flesh, you got to go to the priest and they got to do something with the blood, the organs. Sure about this, even for anybody that eat fish today, don't you got to process that fish? Don't you got to gut it? Don't you got to clean it? You see that? Don't you got to clean it? Yeah, you got to process it. Well, there's laws to process. All right, let me show y'all this. Show y'all this real quick. Then I'm gonna get on the body his. All right. Hold on. All right, what is that in the bang? Something on the money. Feed it 5,000. Oh, wait, y'all gonna be mad at this one, boy. All right, look at this word. Chapter 29 in the Nazarene gospel is that actually was the feeding of 5,000 with 6 loaves and 7 clusters of grapes and healing the sick. All right, so y'all read chapter 29 of the Nazarene. What's up, son? Y'all read chapter 29 of the Nazarene Gospels, and you'll see it wasn't never about no fish. All right, wasn't never about no fish. When you get your studies in, you see all this was added way, way later. All right, I ain't gonna read it right now, but y'all, I just gave you the reference. One of the chapters in the Nazarene Gospels is chapter 29, and the miracle was not stinking ass fish and bread, sushi and bread. It was actually grapes and bread, biscuits and jelly. It really was biscuits and jelly. That was the miracle. You know what I mean? Which makes more sense. They in the desert. Where they getting fish from? And was the fish raw or was it cooked? We shots fired. All right. And the last one, let me show y'all this. Show y'all this. Show y'all right in the scriptures that this fish thing was added. Surgical with it, boy. Surgical with it, boy. All right, then I'm gonna close on up. All right, right. Dang, what you time out Cal P for? Must have been a mistake, Cal. Look at this. Matthew 16:5. And when his disciples will come to the other side, they have forgotten to take bread. Then Yahshua said unto them, take heed and beware of the leaven of the Pharisees and of the Sadducees, them Sadducees. And they reasoned among themselves, saying, it is because we have taken no bread. Which when Yahshua perceived, he said unto them, O ye of little faith, why reason ye among yourselves because you have brought no bread? Look at this. Do you not understand? Do ye not yet understand, neither remember the 5 loaves of the 5,000 and how many baskets you took up? Why he ain't repeating Fisher? He's recalling the miracle and fish ain't even brought up. Look at this, verse 10. Neither the 7 loaves of the 4,000 and how many baskets you took up. Why, when recounting the miracle, fish are not even brought up? The loaves are. How is it that you do not understand that I spake it not to you concerning bread, that you should beware of the leaven of the Pharisees and of the Sadducees? Then understood they how that he bade them not beware of the leaven of bread, but of the doctrine of the Pharisees and of the Sadducees. Ooh, wee. Ooh, wee. My sister Jamia said, I thought it was grapes. Yeah, that make more sense anyway. They walking around with dead fish in their pocket. Huh? And again, I always ask people, was the fish cooked or was it raw? Which one was it? It did. So all praises, glory, and honor to the Creator, owner-possessing, creator of all things, the all in all, the ever-present, the all-motion, the great spirit, Yahweh. All right? Not to be confused with any of these false makeshift gods or deities at all. All right? Now, we just going through it and showing, like, a lot of people never really understood the historical behind it. You understand? The whole thing dealing with James, dealing with Paul doing his own thing. The people don't even realize that. Paul was doing his own thing. Paul was out here to establish his own thing. And trip up this, Paul was a Herodian. Paul was an op. Let me see if I can pull that his lineage up real quick. His Edomite lineage. Hold on. We got actual lineage on this cat. Right here. Herod the Great, and the Herodian family tree. Good night. Let's see if I can find your boy up in here. Right in here. What you do that for? Show y'all this cat. Where's that boy at? I go Antipater. That's the one I'm looking for. I'm like, man, this cat hurt. He definitely bloodline related. But I put across the bottom. Saul is president on this one. I actually had a straight family tree go right to dude. Right to dude, man. I'm like, that is crazy. Try that real quick. That ain't him. I think this is right here. Oh, say it ain't so. Say it ain't so. Good night. All right, so look, let me show. Man, somebody God and feel. Go to your boy. What was it, Acts 9 when Paul first come? Show you his name so you don't think it's a game. And then when you get into Josephus, he talk about Saul that had permission from the high priest to wreak all type of havoc. You know what I mean? All type of havoc, bro. Like, it's crazy. Him and his brother was going around killing cats. All right, let me go ahead and put this up for y'all real quick. All right. All right. Now watch this. Let me do the entire screen so you can see it at the same time. Now watch this, y'all. All right, this your boy right here. All right, this is Saul, or who you know as Paul. Okay? And then he becomes Paul, like in Acts 13, after he converted Paulus Sergius into his form of understanding who Christ was. And he took his name and became Paul. He basically converted a deputy in Antioch and took his name. His name was Paulus. He took his name. So if that ain't CIA work, what is it? Look, it's a series out there called the Berlin Station. Y'all look at that. All right. And the whole time it was a cat named Victor, right? But the whole time he had created an alter identity called Thomas Shaw. And the whole time, it's this nigga Victor. The whole time. It's him the whole time. And got people in an uproar. You dig? Same thing with this cat. Now look at this. This says Paul Saul, right? Look at this right here. It's that boy name, Saulus.
Strong's G 4569. Saulus.
Yeah, Saulus or Saul. Little lawless Saulus. Look at this. Saulus, i.e. Shaul. Y'all see that? And we already showed you that he says salute Herodian who? My relative. Shows you that too, right? So is it a coinky dink? Is it a coinky dink? Look at his family tree, boy. Close family of coastal boy B. Antipater. Who is this up here? Herod Antipater the Great. This is Herod's family tree. Now, look who this is. And you can find this in Josephus' War of the Jews, Lower Classical Library, and Antiquities Lower Classical Library. Who is that right there? He already told you that he was related to the Herods. Antipater is Herod the Great. Right here. Herod the Great, Antipater. Look at this. Saulus. Huh? Related to the Herods. And he's saying Romans 16 and 11, salute Herodian, my kinsman. Well, there is a Saul in the family lineage of Herod. His name is Saulus, and he had a brother named Costabor. And in the Josephus, he got letters from the high priest to start killing Nazarenes. What is we talking about here? What is we talking about here? There he is right there. Right in the lineage. Right in the lineage. Saulus. Right there. Saulus. Go back to Paul and Saul in Acts. Look at this. Who is this? Saulus. Huh? What is we talking about here? Oh, it's a game. Oh, it's a game. It's a game? You think I'm playing? Parallel New Testament. Look at that. Look at this. Romans 16:11. Paul. Parallel New Testament. As the peace of Herodian, my who? Relative. Relative. That boy, blood related to the ops. What is you talking about? What is you talking about? And trip about this. His letters, when you go into the chronological New Testament, Paul's letters were written before any of the Gospels. Paul. Written before all the Gospels. There he is right there. He related to the Herods. Why is this a game? Why do people think we playing? Nobody playing no games with nobody around here. Look at that. Saulus. Saulus. Right here, family tree. Close family of Costabor, Ben Antipater. Herod the Great. This is Herod. Herod, Philip. Another Herod. Good night, boy. Saul right there. Saul right there, boy. What is we talking about? What are we talking about? Y'all better stand down and stand down for real, boy. But we'll tear all that down. Easy work. We'll tear all that down. Easy work. Well, wait. Let me stop the screen real quick. I about broke the internet around here. All right, so y'all, it is what it is, and it's plain. We got so much more to bring. It's easy. That stuff easy. But we done showed his family lineage. Yeah, but we done showed it all, y'all. From him not being an apostle to him being related to the Herods, we showed the family tree. We actually showed the lineage. There he is right there. You dig? So whoever want it can get it. I'm with it. But that ain't gonna take that, because that means you got to re-examine everything you're talking about. You know what I mean? You're dealing with the biblical narrative. The Nazarene scene way is to go. That's the way to go. You're dealing with the biblical narrative. That's what you need to be on. Everything else is compromised. And that's because during that arc cycle, the Essenes had the line of light from the Creator. You know what I mean? Yahshua taught that high light, that high Torah. He wasn't talking about, you right, boy? He wasn't talking about that. He was talking against the written Torah. Right in there. He's talking right against it. You know what I mean? He was talking about that higher to get that, stop that. That's right. Y'all see what T.T. Pam say? And some of the family tree took part in writing the Gospels is to do them with their own text. Exactly. Look, y'all, when the smoke cleared, when the dust settled, all your literature is coming from Rome, written in a foreign tongue. A tongue you may be familiar with hearing, you dig? But none of the apostles were writing in Greek. The fact they're written in Greek show you they didn't write. That's it. Because you had to be formally educated. Now, Paul had Roman citizenship. And that's because of his family tree. He's related to the Herod and them, Antipater. That's who he related to. How else does he get citizenship in Rome? Nobody, no Israelite had Roman citizenship. But he's blood related. And by his own words, he blood related. And we go into the older text, he called him his relative, blood related. Where we at now is all I'm saying. Like, what is it really left to say? Really ain't nothing left to say, man. It is what it is. Yeah. But for one, he wasn't no apostle according to the apostles. Then, off his own mouth, he said he was fighting at Ephesus with men after the manner of wild beasts. Then he told Timothy that all that be in Asia be turned against me. Well, the Messiah's message to the churches in Revelation, all them in Asia. And the first one is Ephesus. And in Ephesus, he's congratulating them for what? Trying those who say they are apostles and are not, but are liars. You know what I mean? But are liars. Good night, man. It's just what it is. You see? And then here he go. He got to be in Ephesus claiming to be an apostle. But he ain't an apostle according to the apostles. And according to his own words, he had a problem with everybody that was there. Yeah, T.T. Pam, sure that. Let me get that. Let me get that. Email that to me, HonorandHumilitySTL at Gmail. If you can, email me that list. Gmail.com. You know what I mean? Yeah, Paul related to Herod. I just showed it. He called him his kinsman in Romans 16:11. We went to the older text. It straight say my relative. Then we pull out the family tree. Herod's family tree. Saul right on there. What else is there to say? What else is there to say? So yeah, please send that to me, HonorandHumilitySTL. And let me look up this chronological New Testament for y'all. So y'all can see. I know logical. Even for those who claiming that right here, boy. Let me get that list. Let me get that list, player. I ain't got the list on. I don't want to read. I just want to show the actual list. Y'all finna be mad at your brother. Hold on. Everybody trying to hang me off the Gateway Arch for this. Hold on. Okay, yeah, send that to me. Hold on, let me show y'all this. This is the chronological New Testament. I'm finna be mad, man. Look, I don't care nothing about what nobody got a problem with. Whoever mad can stay mad. All right. Let's see if I can go to a list they show me. Y'all finna be like, man, see, that ain't fair, man. See, that ain't fair, Malaki, man. That ain't fair. Nah, I don't want no reading plan. All right, let me go to my whatchamacallit though. Let me show y'all something. Oh, wait. Let somebody get mad around this deal, son. Somebody get mad around this deal, son. Huffington Post. Hezekiah, what you doing, boy? Those skates are cool. Hey, make sure they're on the right foot, boy. All right, let me put this in the chat too. Quiet. All I hear is people flapping their jaws. Nobody really like trying to get to the bottom of this and look at these things for what it is, man. All right. I done put this in the chat for y'all. Well, I'll do this one. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna do it now. All right, this is the chat. This is the link from the Huffington Post. The Cosmo. How sway, brother? All right, this right here is the article I got up on the screen. Chronological New Testament Huffington Post. All right, this is serious. A chronological New Testament. A chronological New Testament is different from and yet the same as the New Testament familiar to Christians. It contains the same 27 documents, but sequences them in the chronological order in which they were what? Written. How in the how about this, y'all? How in the hell does Paul have anything written down before those who was with Mashiach? How? The familiar New Testament begins with the Gospels and concludes with Revelation for obvious reasons. Jesus is the central figure of Christianity, and so the New Testament begins with Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Revelation is about the last things in the second coming of Jesus, so it makes sense that it comes at the end. Revelation and the Gospels function as bookends for the New Testament. Everything else comes between. Acts, 13 letters attributed to Paul and 8 attributed to other early Christian figures. A chronological New Testament sequences the documents very differently. Its order is based on contemporary mainstream biblical scholarship. Though there is uncertainty about dating some of the documents, there is a scholarly consensus about the basic framework. It begins with 7 letters attributed to Paul, all from the 50s. Hold on. What are we talking about here? You mean to tell me the earliest, oldest writings of your New Testament really is Paul? Wow. 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 What is we talking about here? What is we really talking about? Paul is the one that wrote, that has the oldest writings in the New Testament. Paul is. Now, how is that possible? You still don't think there's an agenda here? The fact that his letters are the oldest, but they're in the middle, shows you. Now, there's an obvious agenda. All right, look at this. The first gospel was Mark, not Matthew, written around 70, so around the fall of Jerusalem. Revelation is not last, but almost in the middle. When you get to the oldest New Testament you got, watch out, boy. Watch out. Watch out. You're about to mess up. When you get to the oldest New Testament out there, it's called the Codex Sinaiticus. All right? Revelation is not even the last book in there. Shepherd of Hermes is. Then the Gospel of Barnabas. Then Revelation. Revelation like the third to the last book. So it's been all type of you know what I mean, additions and redactions to the Bible. The oldest Bible you got is the Codex Sinaiticus. That's the oldest one you got. And the New Testament in there, that's from the 4th century. The New Testament in there, when I say oldest, I mean available to the public. Complete Bible. I ain't talking about just the Septuagint because that's Old Testament. I'm talking about the combined Old and New Testament. The oldest Bible you have in this earth is Codex Sinaiticus, and the last book in that Bible, in that New Testament, is the Shepherd of Hermes. Call me a liar, I'll pull it right up. He telling you right here. Revelation is not last, but almost in the middle, written in the 90s. 12 documents follow Revelation, with 2 Peter the last, written as late as near the middle of the 2nd century. You mean to tell me 2 Peter was written near the middle of the 2nd century? That means Peter didn't write it. And that's the Peter everybody uses to say Peter was cool with Paul. I got proof he ain't write it either. I'll pull it up. In fact, I got it pulled up. See, I was finna get off. Y'all got me out. I'm finna keep going. Hold on. Hold on. I see y'all in the building. Now look at this. Look, y'all, Peter didn't even write 2 Peter. It wasn't written, y'all, to the middle of the 2nd century. Look at this. A chronological New Testament is not only about sequence, but also about chronological context, a context in time, the historical context in which each document was written. Words have their meaning within their temporal context, and the New Testament and the Bible as a whole. Seeing and reading the New Testament in chronological sequence matters for historical reasons. Look at this. Look at this. See, if you're still on your porch being a sippy cup brew, sucking your thumb, you're going to be scared of this type of information. You're going to think we blaspheming. Y'all, this stuff been out here. This stuff been out here. Look at this. Seeing and reading the New Testament in chronological sequence matters for historical reasons. It illuminates Christian origins. Much becomes apparent. Now look at this. Beginning with 7 of Paul's letters illustrates that there were vibrant Christian communities spread throughout the Roman Empire before there were written gospels. Wow. His letters provide a window into the life of very early Christian communities. You think Paul was the first one to write? Paul. So now you got to be careful, because if the gospels weren't even written by the apostles and it all come from overseas, it come from Rome, written in Greek by those who were educated during the that curriculum of that day was called Paideia. Then that means, y'all, true about this, that the gospels are influenced by Paul and not the other way around. Bag drop. Bag drop. If Paul's letters are first, then the gospels are influenced by Paul's letters and not Paul's letters by the gospels. Bag drop. Bag drop. Ain't nothing else to talk about. Look at this. Placing the gospels. You better not try to debate me on this. Unless you ready to reveal the entire truth to your constituents or your congregation members. Because dealing with truth, you can't be afraid to let it out. It don't matter what I lose. You dig? If it's truth, I'm bringing it. I don't care what. I don't care who don't like it, who fall off, who don't come around, who got a problem with it. You understand? The only way to tell if anybody is about truth is if they sit in that hot seat, their character is tested, and they're willing to lose whatever it is around them for the sake of the truth. If you ain't willing to lose nothing, stay on your porch and drink out your sippy cup, Jack. You're not ready. You're not ready. Because once your constituents start questioning Paul, you're going to have a problem. Dang, hold on. The hell is really going on up in here? What's really happening up in here? Placing the gospels after Paul makes it clear that as written documents, they are not the source of early Christianity, but its product. The gospels are not the source of early Christianity, but a byproduct of it. And if Paul's letters are written before the first gospels come out from overseas, written in the foreign tongue, then the gospels are influenced by the Pauline or the Paul's letters and not the other way around. Let me see if I can find an image for this, because I had an image pulled up. Let me see. So I pulled the image up for y'all. Give us a date. Let's see if this one up. No, that ain't what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the actual. I had actual bing, 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 and the year in which they was written. Like, man, what is really going on around here? What is really going on? I say, man, look. Look. Chronological, let me tell you, chronological New Testament listing. I showed that last year. Everybody was like, man, hold on, cuz you serious? Man, look. Serious is nut cancer, boy. All right, let me see something. Is this it? Hold on. Dang, that is crazy. They got Romans and all that. But I'm trying to see. Hold on, man. I got it in the books of the Bible. No. Okay. Oh, I really want to show this to y'all, but we read the article. Y'all can look that up yourself and go a little further. Chronological New Testament listing in order by date written. Let's try that. Let's see this one of them. No, it's a man read plan. Y'all give me a second. I'm pretty sure I can find it. Y'all gonna be like, man, hold on, cuz. Is he serious, man? Well, this right here got the book of James written first, but then everything else, Paul. This is crazy, boy. I want to find the one where it got, but we'll roll with that. But then, look, even that's proof. Let me show that. All right. Shots fired. Y'all already know it's shots fired, boy. Well, we ain't playing no games with nobody about nothing. Nothing at all. All right, let me see if I can do this one. So I'm pretty sure we can find it. If we just I just search a little more. All right, so this one list I found with the book of James first. All right, so here we go. And then here are the dates right here in the middle. Okay, so it says James, author James, place written Jerusalem. Look at that, 45 AD. Look at this, Galatians, 48. Mark, they got a question mark. They ain't got no date for him. 1 Thessalonians, 2 Thessalonians, Paul. Galatians, Paul, 52. All right. 1 Corinthians, 55. 2 Corinthians, around 55. Romans, 56. All right. Then you got Matthew, 58. Luke, around that time. Then you got the Acts, Colossians, Ephesians. All that's Paul. You see, Paul is writing. Paul's letters are on the scene before a gospel is even there. Let me go find another. Maybe get one more clear, more in line with what we was looking at or reading in Huffington. Hell, is this man letters older than the gospels you have? It's another one. They keep placing James before Paul's letters. I had a list though, ran down all them boys. Look at this. You feel me? Paul's letters were being written before the Gospels, yo. Look at that. So that would mean the Gospels were written in Greek. From Rome, from across seas. So the Gospels are influenced by Paul's understanding and not the other way around. All right, let's scroll through a couple more of these. Then we can get up out of here. You know what? I'm gonna show y'all that too about 2 Peter. Wow, I'm here. Nobody want to deal with the chronology. You get into the chronological New Testament, it'll blow your mind. Dang, you mean to tell me Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John? Nah, that wasn't the first things written. Paul's letters are written. That's crazy. All right, here, let me show y'all this too before I get up out of here. You know what I mean? Surgical with this, boy. All right, this right here is Jerome and Gennadius. This is, hold on. Let me show y'all the book I got. Inmates starting to run the asylum. All right, this right here, Nicene and post-Nicene fathers. All right. So during the Nicene era and then after. All right, so you deal with men like Jerome and all them up in here. All right. All right. That's the cover of it right there. Now, I'm about to go to Jerome in here. All right, hold on. I'm going to scroll up and get it for y'all. The lives of illustrious men. All right, so this Jerome right here. 492 AD, 5th century. He's the same Jerome that wrote the New Testament for real. The Latin Vulgate, that's Jerome. Jerome. All right. The work of Jerome was written in Bethlehem in 492. It contains 135 writers from Peter up to that date. All right, and goes in further. All right. We're not playing no games. Now watch this about Peter. Chapter 1. This is about Simon Peter. How I can tell you that Peter didn't write what you call 2 Peter. Because it's about this. When you go to 2 Peter, hold on. When you go to 2 Peter, this is where a lot of brews get hung up on. Man, Peter said that Paul had wisdom. We just read in the article that 2 Peter was written during the middle of the 2nd century, long after a historical Peter was already dead. So it wasn't even written by him. So this is where we love to go to say, you know, even though Paul punked Peter, they got back cool. See this? 2 Peter 3 and 15. Now, as late as 1,600 years ago, the scholars were saying that Peter didn't write this. Y'all, we talking about 1,700 years ago. This was already written down. Right on, TT Pam. Appreciate it. All right. Now, look at this. Now, this right here is the only point of contention that anybody who's still down with Paul goes to prove that Paul was cool with the apostles. 2 Peter 3 and 15. And the crazy part about it is, I know what 2 Peter 3 and 15, I used to quote it all the time. Well, watch this. Historically speaking, amongst the scholars of today and back then, y'all, for the last 16 to 1800 years, they all then agreed, a majority of them then agreed that it's impossible Peter wrote that. Huh? Look at this. And account that the long suffering of our Lord is salvation, even as our beloved brother Paul, also according to the wisdom given unto him, have written unto you, as also in all his letters, speaking in them of these things, which are some things hard to be understood, which they that are unlearned and unstable twist, as they do also the other scriptures, unto their own destruction. So that's why when we come out with the Nazarene, understand everybody like, oh no, man, you twisting the scriptures to your own destruction. Peter vouched for Paul, right? Well, we just read in the article from the Huffington Post that 2 Peter was written during the middle of the 2nd century, meaning Peter didn't even write that, right? Then we read Peter's response to Paul, claiming that Paul punked him in Galatians. In the Nazarene Acts, he let it be known, if who you call Yahshua appeared to you, you will be down with us. Huh? All right, so Peter is right here, what? Vouching for Paul. But if you get into the history, you know, Peter and Paul were enemies. Paul went down with the apostles. He did his own thing, and we've showed that. You, therefore, beloved, seeing you know these things before, beware, that you also being led away with the error of the wicked, far from your own steadfastness. So it sounded like Peter is vouching for Paul right here. Look, he's vouching for Paul more than he's vouching for himself. So this was always kind of like, dang, okay, well, I guess Peter vouching for the boy then, man. I guess so. But it never sat well with me that Paul done punked Peter and Peter never responded. Never sat well with. All right, so let's get into this. The lives of illustrious men, Jerome, 492, writing this. All right. Chapter 1. Simon Peter, the son of John, from the village of Bethsaida, the province of Galilee, brother of Andrew the apostle, and himself chief of the apostles, after having been bishop of the church of Antioch, and having preached to the dispersion, the believers in circumcision, in Pontus, Galatia, Cappadocia, Asia, and Bithynia, pushed on to Rome in the second year of Claudius to overthrow Simon Magus. When we read the Nazarene Acts and Peter banging, he be banging with this cat named Simon Magus. So now we got a piece of history showing that Simon Magus even existed. Look at this. And held the sacerdotal chair there for 25 years until the last, that is the 14th year of Nero. At his hands, look at this. At his hands, he received the crown of martyrdom, being nailed to the cross with his head toward the ground and his feet raised on high, asserting that he was unworthy to be crucified in the same manner as his Lord. He wrote 2 epistles. Look at this. He wrote 2 epistles, which are called Catholic or universal. That's what that means. The second Peter, the second of which, on account of its difference from the first in style, is considered by many not to be by him. Bag drop. Bag drop. Bag drop. Jerome writing in 492 that the second epistle of Peter in his day was considered by many scholars not to be by him because the writing style is totally different. Then, too, the gospel according to Mark, who was his disciple and interpreter, is ascribed to him. On the other hand, the books of which is entitled his Acts. That's the Nazarene Acts we read, yo. Jerome knew about the Nazarene Acts back in the 400s. And when we bring that and the Clementine out, everybody, oh, that's blasphemy, new books, confusion. Jerome writing about this 1,600 years ago. What you talking about? You know what I mean? Look at this. Then to the gospel according to Mark, who was his disciple and interpreter, is ascribed to him. Look at this. On the other hand, the books of which one is entitled his Acts, that's the Nazarene Acts. Another his gospel, a third is preaching, a fourth is revelation, a fifth is judgment, are rejected as apocryphal. So there's an agenda dealing with the Romans when they decide what of your literature is canon and what's apocryphal or rejected. What's apocryphal is considered hidden or rejected. But right here, 2 Peter, 1,600 years ago, 1,700 years ago, 1,800 years ago, was considered not to even be written by him. So now you don't got a 2 Peter 3:15 to run to and claim that Peter was vouching for Paul. No, he wasn't. Paul was their enemy. See that? Paul was their enemy. I'm gonna show you James. Look at James. All right. Yeah, the Roman Catholic Church ain't got no right to tell you what's canon and what's rejected. Who are they? James, who was called the brother of the Lord, a brother of Yahshua, surnamed the Just. So 16, 17, 1800 years ago, James was on the table they was writing about. Because you got to remember, these men were like 300-400 years after them. See that? James, who was called the brother of the Lord, surnamed the Just, the son of Joseph, by another wife, as some think. But when you get into the Nazarene Gospels, that ain't the truth. Mary was his mama too. All right. But as appears to me, the son of Mary, sister of the mother of our Lord, of whom John makes mention in his book after our Lord's passion, at once ordained by the apostles, Bishop of Jerusalem. James was the Bishop of Jerusalem. Wrote a single epistle, which is reckoned among the 7 Catholic epistles. And even this is claimed by some to have been published by someone else under his name. What are you talking about here? You don't even know what was going on. All type of anonymous writings or pseudo-anonymous, meaning people writing in the name of a famous prophet or a famous apostle, but it's after the apostle or a prophet is dead. And then it circulates through the community, and after so long, it gains notoriety. The scholars was like, look, we ain't under no illusion. We ain't finna run around here and think and act like the men who lived before us 200-300 years ago wrote all this. But here you go getting mad. What is you mad about? We showing you 1,800 years ago these things were highly questionable. And as time went on to have gained authority, HEGESIPUS, the Nazarene, he lived during the end of the 1st century and early 2nd century, HEGESIPUS, who lived near the Apostolic age in the 5th book of his commentaries, writing of James, says, after the apostles, James, the brother of Yahshua, surnamed the Just, was made head of the church at Jerusalem. Many indeed are called James. This one was holy from his mother's womb, Nazarene. He drank neither wine nor strong drink, ate no flesh. So now you know who Paul had a problem with when he was saying that he that eat of herbs is weak. He talking about the apostles, Jack. Them brothers they didn't eat the flesh, especially James and them. Some of them was Nazarites from the womb. See that? Ate no flesh, never shaved. And so Paul saying he that don't nature teach you that for a man to have long hair is a shame to him? Paul dissing the Nazarene, he dissing the Nazarites in them. He dissing the apostles because them brothers, they the ones that eat the herbs. And they faith ain't weak. They the ones that got long, knotty locks. Salute to the dread heads, my brothers with the locks, you know what I mean? Boy, if I wouldn't finally challenged, my locks would be down my shoulders, boy. What is you talking about? These brothers didn't eat flesh. These brothers didn't shave. And these brothers didn't even drink wine. That's how dedicated they was. You see this? And this is Jerome writing about James, y'all. Back in the 400s. Back in the 400s. What is we talking about? And we got Jerome saying that in his day, nobody believed that Peter wrote 2 Peter. I know. I know somebody God feels, somebody pissed, somebody mad. You dig? But look, you be all right. You be all right. Been on here 4 hours and 24 minutes. I'm about to play a little bit of that documentary I was playing, Polite Bribe. That I played in the beginning. It's about Paul and them. Play a little bit of that for a couple minutes, and then I'm just going to end it. I salute all y'all in the name of the Most High, the Creator, the ever-present, the Great Spirit, the all in all, the ever was, is, and ever shall be, the mighty Yahweh, the all in all, the ever-present, not to be confused with some makeshift false deity floating around somewhere, sitting somewhere. The Creator is ever-present, meaning he's present right now, all in all. You know what I mean? That's what it is. So all praise and glory now to the Most High. Salute all y'all in the name of the Creator Yahweh, Jehovah. May you walk in power. May you walk in wisdom, love, balance, healing, love and light, wisdom and power. Salute you all in the name of the Creator Yahweh. Bless up. Get out there and do a great work today. Love on one another. You know what I mean? Hug one another. Put a smile on somebody's face. Stop being a scumbag your whole life. You dig? Pull your love out. That's what the Creator commands of us. Remove the idols out your heart. Love the next man, woman, and child as if they're you. And guess what? Work on purity of that body. And that starts with putting away them animals. Stop chewing on the back of animals. Period. You know what I mean? And trip off this. That don't mean any of us are better than anybody. I'll never make that boast. Like I'm better than anybody. We just saying this, y'all. Like it's detrimental in this day and time. It's detrimental to get off that carnivorous diet. Flesh has 0% nutritional value for you. 0%. 0% nutritional value. All right. It inflames your blood. It poisons your blood. It does all type of things. It did. So we here to encourage you. You can do it. You can do it. I'm going on 2 years now. No flesh. You can do it. You can do it. Dig and feel great behind it. And that's where it starts. And from there, you start elevating and growing. And then you'll be hearing from the Creator more than you ever heard in your life. You will. You dig? You just clear. All that gunk is about you. All that dead flesh about you. You can feel you feel a lot better. You're vibrating faster and higher. You know what I mean? So all praise, glory, and honor. I love all y'all. Continue to pray for me as I pray for y'all. Right on for the prayers. Right on for the support. And if any of y'all want to send this to Side, hey, tell Side line up all his Bible thumpers in one night. Line them all up on one episode. You dig? Paul the apostle or the apostate. You dig? Easy work. Easy work. Clip up. So I'm about to share some more of this. It's called a polite bribe. All right. And I'm going to slide on out and get with these short leggers. They ain't going to let me sit down here too much longer. All right. Let me put this right here. That boy Saul even in Herod's lineage, boy. What is we talking about here? I'm going to play probably a good 15, 20 minutes of this, y'all. All right. Then I'm going to close on out. Bless up.
He has a very small gap between the resurrection of Jesus and Jesus' second coming.
Historian Josephus.
He had a part with
The first part told of the life and death of a poor first-century Palestinian Jew called Rabbi Yeshua. The second part was the Acts of the Apostles, the story of the founding of the Christian church, recording the life of a Jewish convert to Christianity named Saul of Tarsus, the apostle we know as Paul. Acts of the Apostles ends with Paul's final trip to Jerusalem to reconcile with Jesus' brother James at the temple, only to be rejected, then spark a riot, and be thrown into prison. What Luke failed to mention was that Paul arrived in Jerusalem with 20 Gentiles, delivering a large collection of gold, a polite bribe.
I mean, yeah, there's problems because he had what he thought was the agreement. It blew up. He had a part with Barnabas. He had to cuss out Peter.
They might see it as a bribe to accept the full panoply of the Pauline gospel.
What they want is for Gentiles to pay for the privilege of being part of the Jesus movement.
Paul himself had to claim that his revelation of Jesus could trump their earlier association with the living Jesus.
Part of the deal of what God is doing is that God is starting one single family.
But many Jews would say, yeah, this is a renegade. Don't have anything to do with him. Don't take a gift from him.
What's this guy trying to do? Is this a bribe?
If he thought it was a sweetener that they would happily take, why does he express any apprehension that they mightn't?
Why did he bring it? He could have told his co-workers to do it.
For 58 AD, the Apostle Paul was an old man, having lived to be well over 60. After 3 decades of missionary tours, he was worn down, but desired to continue. Sitting in Corinth, pondering his next journey, he writes a letter to the believers in Rome. Chapter and verse tell of God's plan to redeem the Gentiles and the Jews in a new kingdom, and he speaks of his pleasure in soon meeting the Roman Christians, here or beyond. Then, with great foreboding, he pleads with the Church of Rome to pray for 2 things: that I may be delivered from the unbelievers in Judea, and that my collection for Jerusalem may be acceptable to the saints.
Those are the 2 things he's worried about. The Jews are out to get him because he was a Pharisee who betrayed the whole thing. and the Christians who may not accept that collection.
The historian Josephus records that the Jewish people were mounting the first in the series of revolts, and as a result, the temple had stopped all gifts or sacrifices from foreigners. Paul's offering would have been no different.
People would have been whispering about Paul. There would have been discussions. There would have been murmurings of this in advance.
But why would Paul, after nearly 30 years of ministry to the Gentiles, still fear the acceptance of his collection, a gift he was offering to Jesus' original church?
James and Peter and the other apostles were still highly suspicious of him and of his motives.
The mystery then is, why did Paul turn back? Why not find another way without risking his life or the lives of those that traveled with him, as well as inviting more rejection from his Jewish brethren? To answer this question, we must dig beneath Luke's long-accepted story and explore Paul's very own letters that give us new insight on the events that lead up to this final showdown.
There's a blinding light with a human form in the middle of it.
Like standing in front of a landing light of an aircraft coming in, something like that.
He's confronted by the heavenly Jesus.
For Paul, this transformation around 33 AD would serve as the most dramatic turning point of his life, a profound revelation that would change him forever.
He has an experience that seems to have made him say, in effect, oh my God, what I have been opposing is in fact true after all.
Not only is he not blameless, but he's opposing the will of God volte-face directly.
This is the complete overturning of all the agendas that Saul of Tarsus has been on about.
Paul must have thought back to his life as a boy in the Roman city of Tarsus, how he had left his home to travel to Jerusalem to become a Pharisee, and how he had persecuted the early Christ followers. Was it possible that this same Jesus was reaching out to him? How could that be? And why was it happening? To understand what this vision meant, Paul didn't go to Jerusalem to see Peter or James, but instead traveled through the desert towards Nabatea in Arabia.
He has been going back through the Hebrew Scriptures in his mind and in his heart. Genesis, Deuteronomy, Psalms, Isaiah, Jeremiah. What's it all about? How can I understand this with Jesus at the heart of it?
He would have realized pretty quickly that this means some pretty radical reformation of some of the things he thought about God, he thought about Jesus, he thought about the law.
Paul is working in a wrinkle in time. He has a very small gap between the resurrection of Jesus and Jesus' second coming.
Paul believed that because Jesus had risen from the dead, the kingdom had begun, and with it, all human distinctions had passed away. There is no longer Jew or Greek. There is no longer slave or free. There is no longer male and female, for all of you are one in Christ Jesus. While traveling through the windstorms and open plains, Paul spent his time seeking out the scriptures, like Isaiah and Jeremiah, to find greater understanding. He would eventually find in Abraham a role model for his own experience.
That Abraham loomed large for Paul before his Christ experience would not be in any way unusual or rare, or it would be, it's like Thomas Jefferson or Abraham Lincoln for most Americans.
Abraham, too, was a man given a promise by God to lead a chosen people before the time of Moses and the law. which made him acceptable as an outsider. I will make you into a great nation, and I will bless you, for all peoples on earth will be blessed through you.
Gentiles, when God's kingdom was proclaimed, would stop worshiping their native deities and realize that they had this opportunity to worship the Jewish God, who was properly the God of the whole universe.
As Paul arrived in Nabatea, armed with a new sense of his calling, he was ready for action.
He's not going to hang around. When he comes back, having done business with God, having said his prayers, of course he goes to the synagogue and says he's the Messiah.
From being the opponent of pagans coming in without, say, circumcision if they're male, to saying that's what he's called to tell them.
But he's going to take the message of the gospel to the Gentiles.
For the self-proclaimed apostle to the Gentiles, God was revealing something which meant a whole new way of seeing the world.
It's showtime right now. The Act 1 is about to begin, and that means we're not rehearsing anymore. We don't have to be cautious. Everything comes down to this moment right now.
Paul preached in the synagogues of Petra and tried to persuade Jews and Gentiles alike that the end was coming and all should repent before the great judgment. However, Paul quickly learned that not all of his audience would embrace his new vision.
So Paul's already in hot water. He's already the poster boy whose picture should be up on the wall in the local post office of "Have you seen this man?"
After 3 years of failure, Paul was left without possibilities, support, friends, or even a home. It was only then that he turned his attention to Jerusalem. No longer a Pharisee, and with a history as persecutor, Paul needed support spiritually and financially. It was time to tell of his vision to those who knew Jesus best, hoping he could win their support. With an Arabian sun setting on his back, Paul headed back to the hallows of the temple in Jerusalem to find Jesus' closest apostles. Paul knew all eyes would be watching him upon his return. He would need to make friends with those he had been terrorizing only 3 years earlier. There was great suspicion and fear.
If somebody is violently persecuting a movement and then suddenly claims to be part of it, anyone who's in a persecuted group would likely be suspect.
It would take another former Pharisee, Barnabas, an old friend of Paul, to make the introductions in Jerusalem and assure them that he was a changed man and one who could be trusted. Paul tells us that he had a brief passing with James. No words were exchanged, leaving a certain distance between them. Paul engaged in a private conversation with Peter, the current leader of the church, which he said lasted 15 days. In a private meeting with those who seemed to be leaders, I explained the gospel that I had been preaching to the Gentiles. There must have been some resistance to Paul and his vision in the desert. After all, it was Peter, James, and John who knew Jesus of Galilee, those who had heard him preach about God's kingdom and their future in it as one of the 12 pillars.
Well, now, why should we believe this? This didn't happen in our midst. Didn't happen on our watch. We weren't there. None of us saw this happen.
Paul had not been one of those disciples up in Galilee. He was Johnny-come-lately to this movement, and he could never compete with Peter in that. So it's understandable that he would then focus on what he thought was important and where he came in as specially commissioned by Christ himself.
Paul reports a successful first meeting, though his description seems to mock his fellow apostles. Recognizing the grace that God had given me, James and Peter and John, who are supposed to be the pillars of the church, accepted Barnabas and myself as partners and shook hands upon it.
I sought the right hand of fellowship from the pillar apostles. Not that I needed it, he says. Not that I needed it, not so much.
It seems, as far as they were concerned, Paul still needed to earn his trust and prove his vision.
Well, we're really glad you're converted, but you're too hot to handle here. So we're sending you home. You go home, you practice this gospel out there in Cilicia and Tarsus.
Okay, let's part ways here. You do your thing with the Gentiles, we'll do our thing with the Jews, and maybe let's not talk too much.
In the 40s AD, Paul was sent to work under Barnabas as his protege in Antioch, which already had a thriving community. The immediate need was an effort to raise money for famine relief in Jerusalem. From Antioch, Paul also traveled with Barnabas to synagogues in Asia Minor, telling of Jesus the Messiah and raising money for Jerusalem. Paul would find a potential audience in pagans that attended the synagogue, a group that Acts calls God-fearers or God-worshippers.
Barnabas goes to the synagogue and tries to convert Jews. And as long as Paul is operating with Barnabas, he's kind of pulled that way. Now, he may be more interested in the pagans or the God worshippers.
These people weren't potential converts to Judaism. They were normal, ancient, majority culture people who enjoyed knowing about different powerful gods. Jews worshipped a powerful God. Gentiles would show up.
While their gospel continued to spread, Paul took more of an interest in these Gentiles, causing friction with Barnabas and their agreed-upon mission. Now it was Paul's vision to the Gentiles that was paramount. It seems Paul's gospel of freedom, the message he had received directly from Jesus, would push beyond the boundaries of his mentor Barnabas, offering a message of salvation that no longer required adherence to Jewish law.
They don't want that to infringe on what the Jews, which seems to me to be to them kind of like the real mission. They don't want that to be threatened.
Paul and Barnabas begin to have some tension there. And at some point, there's a big fight, and Paul decides he's going to go his own way.
When faced with persecution in the town of Lystra, it was Paul alone, not Barnabas, who was beaten, driven to the edge of town, and almost killed. Barnabas had enough and would return to Antioch with reports that would, in the end, reach Jerusalem. Paul had finally gone beyond the boundaries of the synagogue with a mission directly to the Gentiles.
He's beginning to see a different mission. I think he begins to see, you go for the capitals. That's what you do. You don't do this Barnabas city hopping along a Roman road. You go for the capitals. And then in the capital, you go to the synagogue and you focus on the God worshippers.
He would have been completely talking over the heads of his Gentile audience unless they had been somewhat familiar with Jewish scriptures.
He would be joined by others from Antioch who shared his vision, and new converts including Titus, a Greek disciple, Timothy, his protege, and Silas. The God of the Jews was doing miracles in the hearts of foreigners. Men and women of all races and religions were responding to the power of Christ to heal and bring us salvation from a menacing world. And though he knew his mission was growing more controversial with the other apostles, he had never been directly confronted.
He wants the Gentiles to come to Jesus as Gentiles. He sees no need for them to convert first to Judaism. So there's no need for them to keep Jewish dietary regulations, no need for them to be circumcised.
This creates enormous tension with those who believe that faith in Jesus is a Jewish phenomenon.
Word eventually reached Paul that Jesus' brother James was calling on him to return to Jerusalem, a trip that would have taken 2 weeks and given Paul time to ponder what Barnabas had told the others. Did he still have their support regarding a Gentile mission, or had he been operating alone for 14 years? He had gambled all or nothing on his revelation in the desert, and now Jerusalem could end his missionary activity. He was hoping he could work out a deal. Living in Jerusalem, James was more aware and connected to the current political climate and the history that had brought his people bad attention at times, followed by great sorrow. Sometime earlier, trouble broke out on the town of MELCHIZEDEK, some 30 miles to the west of Jerusalem. The Greek population of the town, to provoke the Jews, erected a statue in the honor of Caligula, only to have a Jewish mob promptly tear it down. When the emperor heard of this, he commissioned a massive statue of himself dressed as Jupiter and commanded the governor to Syria to set it up in the temple. These kinds of acts were fueling their animosity with Gentile integration, which could be seen as a political enabling of the enemy.
He fuses Jewish and Gentile mentalities, and they want to say no to the Gentile world, and as a result, they hate Paul.
James solidified his rule over the Judean churches, and in doing so, made churches more in line with the Jewish tradition.
James replaced Peter. And indeed, then James became critical of Paul.
We're still very leery of Paul and why he had suddenly become this great convert.
He was a Nazarite himself, which meant he worked at the temple and would have been more scrutinizing of Jewish laws and customs.
James's nickname, the James the Just or James the Righteous, is evidence of the high esteem he was held in as being a strict observer of the Torah.
Paul entered the meeting with his Greek disciple Titus, prepared to perform a circumcision as proof of his loyalty. Along with James and Peter, in the room were men he calls false brethren, who seemed to want to force his hand.
He dared to present the Jerusalem apostle with one of the Gentiles that he had converted.
Poor old Titus is standing there as a very nervous visual aid, I guess.
He's forcing them to kind of like address this in an actual person and say, you really want me to circumcise this man? You really want to go there?
There is already a faction in Jerusalem that insists before you can be a Christian, you got to be a Jew. Paul doesn't like him.
They could have said, why don't you go ahead and circumcise Titus? Do you have training in that, by the way? Or they could have just kicked him out and said, absolutely not. Who do you think you are, Paul of Tarsus?
They were in the room demanding Paul compromise or even deny his vision and conform his Gentile message to Jewish law. This meant all adult males would need to be circumcised.
That didn't necessarily represent the view of James or Peter or Barnabas. They were kowtowing to the hard right edge of the movement. They were going, oh, let's make nice, let's make peace, not war, and Paul's going, these are first principles, and we're not budging on this. Salvation is by grace through faith for everybody, and that means Gentiles don't have to get circumcised.
Circumcision is just the solution to the problem being advocated by Judean Christ followers. They say, if these people become Judeans through circumcision, you can eat with them.
I explained the gospel that I had been preaching to the Gentiles. Titus was with me, and although he is a Gentile, no one forced him to be circumcised. The apostles, for now, seem to have sided with Paul. However, this new compromise did not solve the issue of shared meals, which meant eating with Gentiles and also drinking the new cup of fellowship.
And the Lord's Supper, we know, involved passing around one loaf and one cup. That means passing it around and sipping it.
Does everyone observe kosher? In other words, do the pagans have to observe kosher? Or does nobody observe kosher?
It's not just a dinner party that we might have. It's a much more significant event.
And if you don't eat with Gentiles, you're saying the body of Christ is divided. And that doesn't make sense to Paul.
What Paul was proposing could not be adopted because it did not demand loyalty of foreigners to the Torah.
They could link this to a custom that was sanctioned by the law of Moses, that you don't eat with non-Judeans, and he was doing it.
Paul had exhausted all of the options